Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Monday, June the 1st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. And by the way, Obi, you asking, remember, 9:15 is what we're actually talking about now. If I can make it before 9:15, it's a bonus. Okay. YouTube, just need probably Pepe will let me know if you guys can hear me on YouTube. So, what is happening this morning? Wow, TGHL. Thank you very much, Pepe. So we are good to go in both rooms. Wow, look, I've got UMAC and I've got RCAT thumbnail, so I'm seeing what they're doing right now. TGHL. This could be the it's 12 million in the float, so it's not crazy. They regained faces. Okay, they're planned to regain compliance within. Okay, first of all, NASDAQ has said, we're giving you a warning after the equity falls below the required threshold. So it's equity. It's not the stock price. Anyway, there's the TGHL ripping this morning. Yeah. Okay, guys. So you're talking about, see what you guys are referring to. Look at the SPY having another big drop. Well, another big drop, and like a big bar right now, based on whatever that news is. Space SPCE. Virgin Galactic extends rally as retail traders pile in. I guess. Well, again with the SpaceX, I guess I know somebody said there is a specific date now for the IPO. Yeah, let's take a look at jets. So oil prices were rising. There's jets. So yeah, so you can see here's the SPY down. Jets is down. If I take a look at XLE, I'm sure we're going to see a spike in XLE. Here we go. Was it June 16th? HKIT underneath the VWAP now, and no, I'm sure there's no news. No news. It's just a low float. 803,000 in the float. I only see one earnings play that's meeting my filter requirements, and that's just a cheap one, Hive, HIVE. And it's really doing not much, down at 1.5%. But yeah, I don't see any other earnings plays. Is it? Okay. Maybe it's just not making my filter requirements. Any volume? 31,000 shares. It's outside the price range. Okay. Outside my price range, but okay. SAIC. Well, nice move ahead of earnings. It was certainly ripping high, well, not ripping, but it was moving higher and higher through the 200-day moving average. Now, anybody who is buying it here, hoping that earnings were going to be, or a good reaction to earnings, has been definitely rewarded. Let me take a look at some of the ones that have won some races now. OPTU, trading higher after the company launched. A tender offer to buy back up to 120. Where are they getting the money? $120 million of its shares at $250 a share. Okay, $250 a share at $250. Now, It's a US company. I am surprised. Yeah, right. So the stock's sitting at 129 and they're saying, "Yeah, we're going to try to buy 120 million shares at 250 a share." June 12th. Okay, June 12th. So we've got 12 days before the big IPO of SpaceX. Now, the interesting thing to me is that there oh, this is a big float too, 255 million in the float, really, for a $1 stock. Actually, there are a lot of shares available also. A lot of shares available to short, I'm sorry, 4.69 at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, why don't I just do that? Now that the symbol we know, a symbol SPCX, that is for sure. So I'm going to put this in and create a price alert. Obviously, it's going to be over a dollar. Okay, so whenever it happens, yeah, man, Mask has been on. So Mask is now at the basically at the high of Friday. You again, holding company, business to business, B2B. Do I trade in the first 15 minutes? Rarely. You talking about the 9:30 to 9:45 mark? Rarely. Yeah, I just like to see things settle down just a little bit. So let's take a look at ARCAD. I want to see what this ARCAD is doing right now. I have it thumbnailed. So it's actually weak. Okay, I thought it would be. And how about the UMAC? Well, shoot. I think I'm hung up. I think I am hung up, unfortunately. When it happens, when I get hung up, it's because I've typed in a symbol, and it never happens at any other time. But I type in a symbol into a chart, and every now and then I just get hung up. Yeah, nothing I can do. Okay. Well, at least it's before the mark. The only issue is I'm going to lose all these ones, but that's okay. I'm going to lose all my emerging top 10 list. Okay, guys. So what was I trying to type in? I was trying to type in UMAC. Let's try it. Let's try it again. Actually, yeah. Well, if UMAC and RCAT can take out the highs of Friday, that might get them rolling again. I'll just put a price alert in that area for UMAC. That's Taylor Morrison, right? TMHC. I did see a headline on that. TMHC. Taylor Morrison home after the deal to be, as William pointed out, the deal to be acquired by, or surges after the deal to be acquired by Berkshire. All right, guys. Well, yeah, there's the TGHL. So holding the VWAP, came into the VWAP a little bit, holding the VWAP, bouncing off. The next high looking left, we're going to look at a monthly chart. Next high looking left on a monthly chart anyway is way up here at 380. ABTS, look at this one. All these are very cheap. Yeah, these very cheap ones under a couple of dollars. Well, this one anyway. TG under $5. There's not a big move in anything that's but NAM. Yeah, $2. AIIO. I think that might be. Nope, nothing's over five. And then there's Space SPCE. So at least that's over $5. Just looking to see if there's anything in moving on any stocks that are over $5. So the last time I remember, wasn't the government going to give their answer in a couple of days about whether they were going to accept something? Wasn't that the last news on Friday? Going to take a couple of days to mull it over. BATL on the move here, guys. But well, it's an oil play. Okay, so all these little oil plays are probably doing something like this. Yeah, an MOU that Trump was going to think about for a couple of days. I thought wasn't that on Friday or anyway? I guess that's gone by the wayside. Yeah, so you're going to see a lot of these little oil companies spiking like this. Doesn't it start with the letter S, William? I think it starts with the letter S. But unfortunately, we need three more letters to complete. Yes, like society or something. Yeah, Sable Offshore. Nah, look at that. Not really. Not really popping. All right, guys. What else here? Any ANY, another cheap one, just under getting underneath the VWAP. The news is a complete the previously announced acquisition of Cathedra Bitcoin. So it's a Bitcoin play. What's Bitcoin doing right now? Hmm, interesting. I don't have in my interactive brokers. Normally, I got this thing called Paxos or whatever, and the feed is not there for me right now. Well, let's take a look at IBIT. So IBIT is on the move down. Hmm, interesting. Got little question marks beside the quotation for Bitcoin in my IB. All right, what else is happening? Some of the usual suspects here. Big flyers last week. The top, the CMD, Codex. What else was a big one last week? This cannot be FedEx. Yeah, it is FedEx. Wow, are you kidding me? Oh, is it? Can this be right? FedEx. Thank you, William. FedEx is down 21%. Completed spin. Oh, completed. Okay, it's a spin-off. It's a spin-off. Okay. So, okay. FedEx Freight set for market debut as a complete spin-off. So that's, I was looking at that and going, oh man, that is bad. So, okay. So FedEx, I don't know how to, I wouldn't have no idea how to play this, but so FDX is down because of this spin-off. Okay, so I guess FDXF is not trading yet. Let's take a look. FDXF. So it's not, it is trading. It is? Well, okay. I'm not 100% sure I know what's going on with this. I mean, this could be the spinoff. $163. Yeah, I guess that's the spinoff. Yeah, we're open. Sorry. Okay, guys, let's have a great start to this trading week. We are open, yes. Lewis is on the move here. Well, it's an energy play, so perhaps that's just because of what's happening. Um, this is really moving though. FLNC that's more than just that was moving before that. This big spike down in the or spike up in XLE. So when the SPY dropped, XLE popped, but this was already moving higher before that. So Fluence is I don't know if there's any specific news. Not really an energy play like that. It's energy storage products. Now look at our cat now, guys. Is our cat above Friday's high now? The answer is yes. It has to be yes. So our cat's on the move. In fact, it's not just Friday's high, but Thursday's high now, and just ripping. And so is Mask, MASK. And my guess is UMAC must be following suit. Actually, well, our cat is still here. UMAC had the pop, but it has a big topping tail now. It sort of gave it up. Somewhat. Is our cat halted? It's not halted. Mask is halted. Mask is halted. All right, first time this week showing this blue window. This is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This blue window I'm showing here, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There's the halted stock mask, halted at 607. Potential, this is what it's trying to tell you, the potential open. That's the column. So right now, could be opening higher. Usually the first halt is good in that it'll open higher. But I hope this might get me in if it can open maybe six and then drop down below 607 a little bit and then pop through it again. That maybe I may take that trade. SGHL got halted right on the open. Right on the open. 22 seconds after the open. Okay, so I must keep an eye on the mask. So if it's going to be 5-minute halt, and it's going to open at 9:36 plus 39 seconds. So I have to definitely keep an eye on that one. I don't care about this one. ABVE, cheap little one, 31 cents down on, it received a determinant. NASDAQ listing rules, obviously not good. Halted on the way down for ABVE. And rare earth USAR popping here, guys. So on a monthly chart, when you look at this monthly chart, the next high is 32.33. Not saying it's getting there, of course. That high is 32 on the weekly chart. So there's a little bit of room for this one to run. Already obviously had a massive pop. All right, the mask. I cannot lose sight of it in case it gives me what I want. Now, if it does, you see the next high is 673 on the monthly chart. Next high on the daily chart is that same high on Thursday. Ooh, oh, so WTI and Brent are not over 100. Okay. All right. TGHL came out of its halt and did not pop. That halted at 206. It's right there now. STG got halted earlier. I didn't see that halt. I got halted on the way down. Definitely want to keep an eye on the mask, though. Amazon now. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, it's going to open in about 30 seconds. Right now, there's no big clue. 607 on the halt, 607 on the potential open. And 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1 if it's a 5-minute halt. There it is. So it opened a little bit below. All right. Well, let's see if we can get back over 6. Waiting to see if this one can crawl back over 6, guys, the mask. Just watching this one, guys, see if it crawl back over 6. I'm talking about the mask. Yeah, it got halted right again. Yeah, it got halted again. TGHO got halted again. Okay. Okay, guys. Now mask over 6 again. What was the halt price earlier? It was 607. Boy, it's pretty frisky though. I mean, it is that float. 820,000 in that float. I reset my price alert around 613. I want to see clear 6 in a bigger way. All right, guys. Okay, well, it is a tough. Well, I don't want to say it's tough, but wow, now it's moving. Talk about the mask. Now, 60. I think I said this 6. I should get this one going. I think I said that 653 or 657 or something like that was the next high. And yeah, that high right there. That high right there is 673. I'm taking some off, okay, just in case that's going to stall it. It may not. It may just rip from there. Talking about the mask. I know it was within the first 15 minutes, but sometimes with these ones, I'll take a bit of a flyer. The key for me was that it took out that 607, for about the third time. That was the halt price. That was the first halt price it's the only halt price for mask. Ugh, TGHL. Wow, it ripped from that. That's a big move from 2 to 235. Well, percentage wise, I have my hands full with the mask. Oh man, can you break 7? Come on, Obi, you usually say 7's in sight. I think it's halted. It's halted. This is halted. Mask is halted. How can I tell? There's no way in the world it's going to stick at with a 1 penny spread. There you go. Well, let's see what happens on this halt. Okay, market's making a little recovery now from the lows, almost flat now, just now down 9 cents from Friday's close. ASTC was halted. Okay, let's take a. Well, that's a big halt. Don't get too many halts unless they're news halts for these. For wow, is this halted on the way down? Looks like it was halted on the way up. Yeah, don't get too many halts of stock, and it just opened. Okay, just opened. Don't get too many halts of stocks. Even over $5 really, because some it has to move a certain percent in a certain period of time, and usually these larger the more expensive stocks just don't do that. So some of the space stocks are now look like they're starting to, some profit taking, whatever you want. Wow, that's a lot of profit taking for Fly. 62 down to 43. That's more than profit taking. Wow, it's a fairly low float, 89 million. I don't know if they had any specific news on it. Yeah, so the Blue Origin explosion, was that on Friday or Thursday? Thursday, okay. Major setback for Bezos space company. So what are affiliated? I guess the ASTC, maybe Fly's got something to do with that too. Okay, mask 947.28, 947.28. So a couple of minutes for this to open if it's going to be a 5 minute halt for the mask. TGHL 1 minute. Okay, so so here's your potential open 238. Let me just expand this a bit. Again, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Hey, just opened. TGHL just opened, and the halt was at 235, so it's a little bit above that. But I typically don't do it on the second halt. My little plan of trying to play these halts resumes. I typically do not do that on the second halt. The TPC just got halted, and TGHL just got halted again. Okay, so in about 30 seconds or so, this one should open if it's going to be a 5 minute halt. That is the mask. I have my finger. I mean, I can't, well, unless it utterly collapsed, I'll be okay. Don't like the second halt, but we'll see what happens. My hand will be on the submit button, or my pointer will be on the submit button. Okay. Okay. I have taken some more off, guys. Most of it now, in case it cannot. 7 might be the block. Okay, I'm out of everything now, guys. Out of the entire position of my mask. And what I'll do though is later on, if it somehow can take out 7, and it might even do it now, but I'm not going to take it now, even if it does. I will wait later on. Okay, well, a bit of a rush for that one. Gotta be so careful on these low floaters, guys. I mean, the mask with less than a million in the float. All right, what else? What else is happening here? So, yeah, to be expected. I mean, some of these little oil energy plays are going to pop like this at that market news. But look what's happening now with the market, trying to recover, almost flat again. Flat meaning almost at the low of Friday or the close of Friday. Well, that was one heck of a short. I have not been able to look at any of the AI plays, but that was one heck of a short for JBIO. Bit of a spread issue. Oh, and that's why. Thank you for getting out of mask. Now look at it, okay? And potential open is now underneath the halt price. 606 is the halt price. Potential open is a little bit below. All right, what else is happening here? A lot of halts and zooms already. See if I can take a look at some of these place or potentials from our AI today, guys. So 172, that's the high looking left. So I wouldn't take this one. This is the Greek stock, HMR. Let's look at a large capper. So I saw MGM was moving this morning. So LVS. So maybe some of the gaming stocks are moving. There's LVS. Macau reports May casino revenue up 6.7. Now here's something I've never seen. I've never heard of a pataka to 22.61 billion patakas. So I saw MGM was also higher. So gaming stocks because of that news from Macau doing well. Also, though, People Inc. offers to buy MGM Resorts. So that is the other reason. Well, that's the reason for MGM specifically. People Incorporated. Yeah, thank you, William. Yeah, I didn't. So maybe that's more of the reason why LVS is moving higher, as well as increased revenue in Macau. Maybe a sympathy play. Yeah, resorts rallies after. Boy, this guy's been around for a long time. Barry Diller. Wow, he's been around for a long time. He's got to be ancient. You're probably kidding, but it could have been his aunt. Now that was a character. He's only 84. I thought he might have been 104, but he's been around a long time. Big broadcasting mogul. Yeah, so he's 84. Okay, well, still at it. Yeah, you know what I didn't have time for? What time is it now? 9:54. So let me let's take a look at the sectors, guys. We're going to have some interesting action in some of the sectors. So I'm going to click on from new. I'm going to click on dock channel bar. Then these are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more and go down to the sector status. Excuse me. And here, this top list window up here, here's are the sectors that we're covering in this top list window. XLE at the top here with with the energy stocks moving. XLK communications. Tech. What's the worst one? I wonder if it's going to be silver, and the answer is silver. I'm sorry, gold. Okay, well, silver was at minus 2%, so silver and gold and NLR. What's the volume like in this one? Still putrid. This is the ETF for energy and uranium stocks. Energy, sorry. Nukes, the nuclear stocks, and uranium. Nuclear, like SMR, okay? Just never has it, really has such low volume all the time. So here's a glance. You know, what are the top sectors, worst sectors at a glance. Now we can dive into some of the sectors and find out what the top and worst stocks within each sector is. So 76% of the stocks that make up industrials are down for the day, but look at PayC. PayC is up 4.4%. For some reason, it's not an earnings play. Don't know why. I don't see any specific news on it. What's the worst one though? And the wow. Oh well, no, again. Okay, so FedEx is really not down 19%. They've done a spin-off, so it looks a lot worse. So they've done a spin-off, and a new symbol I want to say is FDX, or the spin-off is FDXF. Okay, so this is not down this amount. I mean, it is, but it isn't. So here's energy. Devon is the top one here in energy. What's the worst one? BKR, for some reason, is down. Healthcare. Well, Humana is, that's a big move, guys. That's a big move. Up 8%. Bucking the sector because 68% of the stocks that make up XLV are down. But for whatever reason, Humana is up. I mean, there might be some news. I don't know. Can't see any specific news on it. What's the worst one? TFX is the worst one. So you see what I'm doing. You can go into individual sectors, check out what the top stock is, what the worst stock is, maybe find a way to trade them. That's just an idea that some of you looking at this, maybe for the first time, think, yeah, that's kind of interesting. Okay. And that again, that's from our tool. That's from our channel bar, docked channel bar, and it's called sector status. Meanwhile, you guys are right about the H kit rippage now. Low float, just like the mass guys, just like the mass, sub 1 million in the float. They also announced a 1-for-3 reverse split effective on May the 29th. So that was on Friday, I guess. Okay, OCG was another one. Actually, it was down though. I thought in the pre-market. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought it was down in the pre-market. Maybe it was another one that starts with O. Another one, low float, 1.9 million in the float. Again, these are the alpha stocks, guys. They don't care what the market's doing, within reason. 9:58. So getting close. I'm going to go over my homepage, including all the scans, etc., that I'm currently sharing. Ah, Andy must be listening to me because he was just saying the same thing. Sometimes when you type in a symbol, it rarely happens when the market's open. Well, then after the 9:30 open, but yeah, my system freezes on me. Not all the time, of course, thank goodness, but my system freezes on me because he's saying the same thing happens to him. All right, so here, wow. I mean, this is you talk about a stock that's expensive that's got halted because of volatility. So this is the spinoff, okay? This is the spinoff for FedEx, and that is that is FDXF. So when you see FedEx, the stock, the other, well, when we're all used to down a lot, it's because of the spinoff. Well, you know what? UMAC and ARCAT, after the initial flurry of excitement, have both given it up. So the bloom is off these drone plays for a while anyway. Jay Z, Jay Z. Okay, what are you doing? Jay Z is up 30. No, since the race started, it's moved 30%. Probably halted. Yeah, halted. Another one of these. Not crazy low. I mean, it's low, 6.7 million. That's certainly low, but it's not crazy low in terms of the float. The mask is starting to come back a bit. It's over 6 again. And HKIT just came out of its halt. And that got halted on the way down. Came out of the halt. All right, 10:01, guys. So I'm going to go over my homepage now and the information you can find on it. All right, so on my homepage, if you click on my link, this is what you're going to see. So as always, right at the very top, if you do want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, here's a promo code you can use. You will get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter what subscription you pick, either our premium or our annual. Okay, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of either subscription. All I ask is that if you do take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. The reason why, I'm moderating 2 trading rooms, one in YouTube and then this room here. Okay, I'll go over this one in a little more detail. The company tracks the use of the promo code, so they don't mind if they see my code being used enough, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. It's really that simple. So if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering, well, what is this room all about? So this room, the trading room, a lot more interaction amongst traders, okay? So if that's what you're looking for, you can come into this room. It's free also. Another perk, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time, 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Obi does that. Thank you, Obi, for doing that. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so it's a little too early for me. So that's why Obi does it. So if you're looking for coming into a room in the pre-market, you can come into this room because the YouTube room I don't open until I get on the mic. And I get on the mic sometime between 9 and 9:15, okay? And again, all times Eastern. And then I go to sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later, though, if there are questions. But I usually stay till sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern Time. And then I take off. But even when I take off, many times in this room, the trading room, Obi will keep the room open after I take off. So I'll just and I keep my layout displayed. So if Obi is going to keep the room open after I take off today, then my layout will be displayed until he closes the room. We'll find out later if he wants to do that. Again, Obi is under no obligation to open the room early or close the room late. So I thank him for doing that. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right now, and you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Let me see what it's doing. The trade of the week this week is RXT. RXT. So is that pre-market? Yeah. Well, I guess in theory, I mean, it's supposed to be over 540. So what did it get to? It got right to that level. So I'm not sure if it actually officially triggered. When you get the email, there's a trigger price. Like it's probably over 540. It got to 540. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. So next, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, this is what you must do. First of all, click on the education section on the more info. So if you've just taken out a subscription, this is what you must do. This is mandatory. Okay, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Now, if you're thinking about taking out a subscription, you can start off with that second video. Go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether or not our program is something you'd like to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just unsubscribe. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. There are 15 of them. Last, if you're looking for the information, scans, races, etc., that I'm currently sharing, and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit, see where it says custom scans, click on that, click on the view scans. So these are the two races. The large cap race is here. The other race, which is a more volatile race, is here. And halts resumes, which is super active, is right here. Okay. And this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. But as you can see, I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing. I have an upside versus mover, downside mover scan. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan. I do have this one up and running. I haven't had a chance to look at it. The up down 25 cents. I haven't had a chance to look at it at all. But you can ask me questions about the scans or anything else about TI, Trade Ideas. The only thing I can help you with is your account. If you have an account question, I cannot help you with that. I don't have access to your accounts, but I can direct you to people who can help you, okay? I'll give you an email and you can ask if you have a question about your account. So both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm tied up doing something, I'll let you know. All right, let's take a look at maybe some of the larger cap stocks. If there's anything here. Well, here's one. Just this is critical minerals, right? CRML, just over the whole number. It could be interesting, just over the whole number. CRML. However, looking left, I don't like it. I don't like it right now. I mean, 1211 looks like that's a couple of days ago. I mean, if I can get through that, then the next high on the daily chart, there's a high of 1210. There's a high of 1212. So yeah, so if we can get through that 1211, I mean, the next high, it's not bad, 1254. So there would be a little bit of room for this to run, but you'd be chasing it now. It'd be nicer if it would just sort of hang around this 12 mark and then maybe pop up on some volume. Well, the email says just over 540. So, that's the email says 540. Okay. I mean, you're at the, but how you trade it, if you trade, is going to be up to you. I mean, you're right. It's just over the VWAP now, but the email says, and I can see, there's a high right there of 539. There's a high right there of 536. Yeah. So I understand what Steve's reasoning is. I don't know if it actually triggered. The when you get the email, it says over. I think it usually says over the trigger, like 540. It's a over 540. I don't know if it got. What did it get to? It got to 540. So in theory, I don't think it triggered. Very close. But how? But Diego, I can't. I mean, if you want to wait for the 540, that's what the email suggests. I don't typically trade the trades of the week. They're longer term holds. But that's just, of course, that's just me. All right, guys. Let's see. Well, the H kit, that was, I guess that was, well, that was, I mean, it had the down, it got halted on the way down, but that didn't stop it afterwards. And this is, this is the rippage one today. I was kind of hoping the mask would be, but I mean, it gave me a nice trade, but not like the H kit. But are they the same, basically the same float? Yeah, look at that, 820,000 in the float for mask, and HKIT has 803,000. We say that, with regularity. You have to understand, guys, if you're kind of new to trading, this is so bizarre to see these stocks with less than 1 million in the float. But we're getting desensitized to it now. Well, I haven't had a chance to look at the RAI also. So what is happening with that? Yeah, so ELMNT, this is not an earnings play. For some reason, it's up. Can't see any news on it, guys. I'm sure there's got to be some news. I just don't see any news on it. So relatively new. I guess this was an IPO back here. HKIT came out of the halt and then got halted almost immediately again. That's it's only two halts of the day. I would have thought it would be more the way it was trading. Okay, ELMT is it's interesting to me. It's holding over the VWAP, but it's been pretty choppy. But let's just see if it can hold over 20. And of course, this if you have our AI guys, you should have that re-entry column. You should be watching that like a hawk all day long. Don't like the spread though. Look at the spread right. Well now 2024. I don't like that spread at all. Well, there's an interesting company, bullish, BLSH. What do I mean? Well, if you look at and it switches from time to time, of course. So let's see what it is now. It's only a dime. So the spread is, the difference between the bid and the ask. At one point, it was 20 cents. So it means if you really wanted to take that trade, you'd have to go in at the ask, and you'd be already, in theory, 20 cents down. Okay, so I mean, it's tightened up a little bit. And look, the spread won't matter. Would not matter if I knew it was going to go up. $2 or $3. It wouldn't matter. Even a 20-cent spread. See, the problem I have with some of these ones that get spready is that right now it doesn't look terrible. I mean, it's a nickel spread, and so you say, okay, maybe I'll take the trade at 2020, and then the next second they drop that bid, you know. So I usually just shy away from it. Now, William, it's a family room. Some good shorts from our AI today, guys. Boy, that Toyo and the JBIO, really nice shorts, and and the availability was good. Hey guys, the SPY is still flirting with the close of Friday. It's just a little bit under right now. See if I can see any more SPY news or overall market news. Airlines urge the White House to drop processing cuts. Now, what does that mean? What are processing cuts? I'd have to click on that. I don't think I have a subscription to the fly. Keep an eye on this one, guys. It's CRSR. It's just over the whole number. It has been on a massive run, $6 up to 13 in about 5 days, 6 days. I think it had earnings on the 7th, right there. It had a nice reaction the next day, but really did nothing. But I mean, I don't understand why it's ripping the way it is, or has had that big move. They make mice and keyboards, and maybe they do other things too, but peripherals. Yep, look at HKit Go is right. Well, this is today's crazy one for sure. So on the weekly chart, on that weekly chart, well, 1575 is the next high. Well, you know what? I better expand this thing and see what I can see. Yeah, the next high in the weekly chart is actually 1575. Hmm. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high in the weekly chart. Excuse me. And just got halted again on the way up. And I'm sure there's no news on it. Did a reverse split on effective on the 29th, I believe. 29th, yeah, effective on the 29th, which was Friday. You see that spread didn't matter. I mean, for the ELMT, it did not matter, but you don't know that for sure. So let me, if you have the AI guys, you should have this reentry. Look at the reentry for this one, ELMT. It hit the stop price at some point, came halfway between the entry price and the stop price, which was 2004. So if you didn't take it the first time, or you just wait for reentries, I mean that's pretty awesome. I didn't do it just because of the spread, but I mean, I have to stick to what I sort of I guess my trading plan or style. This one did not work because 1030, this is a short for Corsair. Okay, growth or growth. Okay, growth or growth. Okay. Uh, okay, obviously you can see my screen because you saw what I was displaying and you can hear me, right? And welcome, by the way. Okay, so what you do is this. Click on new from the toolbar. I'll try to go slowly, but click on new from the toolbar. And then you see where I've got three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Click on that. So I'm going to stop. Make sure that you can see a screen that looks like this. Okay. Before I keep going, I want to make sure you have this screen. If not, I'll show you again. This is important. This is what you're paying for. Okay. So first of all, you have a toolbar that says File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, Account. Okay, you do have a toolbar that looks like this. I'm just going to wait until I see you saying yes. No, no, not in the channels. No, no, in the toolbar. See the toolbar? I'm pointing up right at. You can see what I'm pointing at. Nothing to do with the channels. Don't go to the channels. It's it says File, New, Tools, Windows, etc. That's the toolbar I'm pointing at, right at the top left of my screen. Okay, nothing to do with the channels. Now, if you don't see all, it's possible that your toolbar is not stretched out enough. So even if it's this small, you should see at least all this. So you're not. It's nothing to do with the channels. Just look at the toolbar. Can you not see my toolbar? It says File, New, Tools, Windows, Help, Account, etc. Okay. Have you downloaded the program? And you are using a PC, right? You're not using a Mac. Okay. Okay. You know what I'd like you to do first before we go over anything else? I don't know if you've done the 12 short videos first, okay? Because that shows you how to log in and all that. But you should do this first regardless. Okay. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, you click on my homepage link, and then you scroll down a little bit till you see the education section. Click on the more info, and please do this first. Getting started with trade ideas. Make sure you've done the login correctly. Because if you do it correctly, you should see a toolbar. But do these 12. There are 12 short videos to get you started. Okay. Otherwise, you're going to have so many questions of how to do this, how to do that. At least this covers the key elements. Okay, that should be your first step, and then I'll show you how you can see the AI. Okay, but it can, I don't know why you're not seeing a toolbar, but maybe you have not logged in correctly. Ah, okay, you were not on the platform. Now, make sure you get out of the web. Okay, because you cannot have the downloadable app and the web up at the same time. So if you went to account and click on reset connection a couple of times, if you have not got out of the web correctly, that should knock you out of the web. Okay. So if you click on account and then reset connection a couple of times, that should knock you out. Make sure you may be out of the, you'll know if you've got a green ball. If you can see what I'm pointing at way at the right, there's a green ball. And that basically lets me know that, or let you know that you're connected. Okay. So you need that. You have to see a green ball. That means you are connected. You've got a live connection. But before we go on, I would absolutely do those videos. Okay. I mean, they're not going to take you long. You don't have you've obviously logged in, so you don't have to do the login part. But I would start off with a second video that talks about alert windows and top list windows, gets into charts and things like that before you continue. Okay. If you haven't done that already. And then we can come back. It won't take you long, okay? Then we can come back to show you how you get your how you, in my opinion, anyway, how you should be watching the AI. The only other thing I can think of, though, I have to, you probably don't, you may not know, but one of the common problems, even though you might have a green ball, you have to have filled out your exchange agreements correctly. Now, I'm not saying you haven't, okay? The exchange agreement's basically saying that you're not a pro trader. The exchanges want to know that. We have to do that. And that can be sometimes people think they filled them out correctly. All you have to do is say, no, I'm not a pro trader to NASDAQ, Amex, and New York, NYSE. And there's a little box to fill out. And then, because if you don't fill it out correctly, we can't give you the data. No, I'm not saying you haven't. Okay. But that can also be a problem. Okay, guys, maybe this will be interesting. Look at CHA. Why could it be interesting? Look what it's doing. It's getting right into the 200-day moving average. Okay. Right into the 200-day moving average. And there are a lot of shares available for me at Interactive Brokers anyway, almost 6 million. So will that block it? I mean, the 200-day moving average is 1355. So will that block it from moving higher? Okay, guys. Let's see. I've got some thumbnail charts I'm looking at. Nothing really. So the H-kit finally gave it up, and it's halted on the way down now. So what did it get up to? Got up to 889. But you can see right here, guys. I mean, you've got to manage these AI trades. Okay. I mean, look what happened. It got if you'd taken it in the 20, a little over 20. If the spread wasn't terrible, then it moved almost $1 for you. But it's come right back down. All right, guys. Let me go over this race right here. The concept of racing. What time is it now? 10:31. So let me go over the concept of racing. I've got these two races that I'm displaying. That's why okay, give me a moment. Get these symbols looking a little bit bigger. I think when the next race starts. Okay, so racing. So first of all, I'm sharing these two races. This is the large cap race. This is the volatile race. I'm running 4-minute races. Before I go into it any more detail, though, I do want to direct you to our user guide. Because everything I'm saying, I'm going to talk about is in the user guide, of course. So it's a great reference for you, everything I'm going to talk about. I don't expect people to remember everything I'm going to talk about with regard to racing if you want to get into it. So what you do is you click on my homepage link, click on the education section at the top here, or so right here, the user guide, Trade Ideas user guide, and there's a whole section on TI stock racing. Okay, there's your reference, there's your guide. So I'm running a 4-minute race. Again, everything is customizable. You can run a 3-minute race, a 5-minute race, a 4-minute race if you want, a 10-minute race. It's up to you. I chose 4 minutes a long time ago, and that's what I've stuck with. So what does this mean, 16%? That means that since the race started, ABTS has moved 16%. That's what it means. Just give me one moment, guys. Son of a gun. Why was Yeah, I was on mute. How long was I on mute? And I can't remember why I was on mute. Thank you, Dan. Did I get into the races at all before I went on to mute or went on mute? So I don't have to go back right to the beginning? All right. Well, let me quickly go, try to go quickly through it because I'm not sure at what point I put myself on mute. I remember why I did now. Um, So I've got the two races, the large cap race. I've got this volatile race right here. And I showed you in the user guide, go to the user guide. There's a whole section on TI stock racing. And so you can see, we talked about the WALD, W-A-L-D. I mentioned that, some of you might look at this and go, well, because when I first clicked on it, it was closer to the VWAP. Some of you might look at this and go, okay, I'll take this trade. It's just over the VWAP, put my stop just underneath it as an idea. Okay. Automatically, a top 10 list is built for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Unfortunately, I had to do a reboot of Trade Ideas. This list would be full of the top 10 because I start my races in the pre-market. No, technically, whenever I load Trade Ideas, and of course, I'm loading it in the pre-market, pre-9:30. Oh, this one, oh, well, this could be interesting. Oh, just over 10, guys, or over 9, OLOX. This hit a high of 1122 on Friday. Another crazy low float, 740,000 in the float. Spread isn't disgusting, but you'll never know until you've got to click on these symbols to see what is it looking like on the chart. Okay, and it depends on the time frame you're using. I'm using a 5 and a 15, and then I use the daily, weekly, monthly. Even though I'm an intraday trader, it's because I want to see what the next left is, or the next low is looking left. So because a lot of the things I'm looking at are, relatively near the high of the day. So I want to be able to look left on the daily chart to say, well, if it's near the high of today, where is that next high looking left? And that's why, because that could stall it. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I go to my weekly chart, and my last resort is going to a monthly chart. So some of you, I mean, again, this is a very volatile stock, of course, but HKIT, will it hold the VWAP? That purple line on my chart, will it hold it? Will it act as support? I mean, the VWAP's, a fair distance away, but if it comes down even closer to it, so what you could do is put a price alert, a little bit above the VWAP to see if it gets closer. I know the VWAP is a changing, it's not a fixed number all day, but so why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up in this race? Why are these stocks showing up in the large cap race? So if I right click in the body of the race, open top list. It's one of the options I have. So please listen carefully. All races start from a top list window. In this top list, if I right click, notice I have an option that says launch real-time stock race. So why are these stocks showing up in this top list window? Well, they are because if I right click, configure, click on configure, this is what I'm looking for in this top list window. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $50, a minimum of 200,000 shares have traded, and it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay? That's what I want to see. Doesn't have to be what you want to see. Hopefully it's starting to dawn on you that you can create your own top list window with your own set of filters and then launch the race on those. What I want to see doesn't have to be what you want to see. So you can still use a top list window in this fashion. So what I've done is I've sorted on the change from the close of Friday. Yesterday, the day before's change close. So in this case, of course, that's Friday. So HKIT is up 353% from Friday's close. I've sorted on that column, the change from the close. That's what a top list is great for. You can sort on any column header that you might have. Obviously, you've got to have the column header, but in this case, obviously I do change from the close. And so you double left click, and I'm now ranking them. So the next one is ABTS at 163, etc., all the way down to the bottom here. I could sort on. Right beside it is a change from the open. So from its opening trade of the day, I have now sorted. HKIT is still, at the top. it has moved 90% from its opening trade of the day. So why is that not 3.8? That's because its opening trade of the day, it already gapped quite a bit, but it's still moving. So you can use top list windows in this fashion. Show me the stocks that are up the most today with my filters, my price range, minimum volume, etc. Show me the stocks that are down the most today. Show me the stocks that are up the most in the last 5 minutes. Show me the stocks that are down the most in the last 10 minutes, things like that. You have to have a column header to sort on, but it's a matter of just adding it and then you can sort on it. But in this case, all I care about is the change from the close. So this is the beauty of the race, though. Now, guaranteed, a stock like HKIT that's up 320%, the ABTS is up 148%. Probably you're going to see these in the race a lot because these are stocks that people are following all day long. But what the race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stocks. All it cares about is what is moving the most since the race started. So, again, here's the JZXN. It's actually I don't even know where it is, but it's moved 2.5%. Okay. There it is right here. But what if, we were looking at the OLOX before, OLOX. It's up 3.8% from Friday's close. What if all of a sudden it just started to really move? For whatever reason, people wanted this stock and it's up 4%, 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list. How would you know? What are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks all day long or a list all day long to see what's moving? Well, you don't have to do that. That's what the race will do for you. Again, the race doesn't care where the stock is in this list of stock, just which one is moving the most percentage-wise. That's all it cares about. So for some of you, maybe you don't want to see the ones that are, moved already a lot, though, believe me, just because they've moved a lot doesn't mean they can't keep moving. But, some of you just would rather play something that hasn't moved that much. And you never know. In this list of stocks, you could get something all of a sudden that's just starting to move. Okay. So hopefully that is starting to make sense. And it automatically, again, creates this nice top 10 list for a watch list of the 10 stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. Now, there's a big difference between the large cap race and this race. Again, a top 10 list is built for you. Same concept. But if I right click and open the top list, well, I'm surprised. Even on a day like today where it's not like the market's ripping, this usually is not this big a list, usually. But it's a pretty big list today. Sometimes you might only get 2 or 3 stocks in this list of stocks, okay? In this race, in the large cap race. I'm a little surprised because it's not like the market is up like 6 points or something. But, so why are these stocks showing up here? Top stock is only 10%. Remember, the top stock here was like 350%. So this is why typically you don't get a list this big. If I right click, configure, and click on the summary. Actually, I'll click on the specific filters, okay? So, I have a different price range, $10 to $70, 200,000 shares. That's the same, and up 2% from yesterday's close. But these 3 filters right here are usually what prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. The position in the day's range, okay? That 95, what does that mean? If I put 100 in here, that would mean the stock is basically at the high of the day. This is the daily candle, okay? So at 95, that's still a stock that's going to be, pretty close to the high of the day. That's what I want to see. A minimum float of 50 million and a minimum market cap of $500 million. These 3 filters usually prevent a lot of stocks from showing up, because these 3 filters are not here. It's just interesting to me that on a day like today, and it's not like the market is ripping or anything, that you're getting a lot of action in the large cap stocks. And typically a lot of these large cap stocks are, Dow stocks, and the Dow's down. But anyway, it is what it is. They are meeting all the filter requirements. Now, this is not a static list. Neither is this a static list. And by that, I mean that this is not the list for the day. There you go, William. Here's your favorite stock right at the top here, SOC. So this is not a static list. Stocks, as they meet those filter requirements, will come in to the list, and as they stop meeting the filter requirements, they'll drop out. And so, a stock that's in the upper, all of a sudden, if this one all of a sudden really gave it up, SOC, it would more than likely. I mean, this is typically the reason why a stock will drop out of the list. It's no longer near the high of the day. Okay. And maybe even the change from the close. Maybe it's really dropping. It's not up 2% anymore. So obviously, and maybe the price is not 10 anymore, or it's over 70, things like that. That's why a stock will come into the list or out of the list. Usually it's the position in range. I am surprised. This is a big list. This is a big list. So if I were starting out trading, I would probably pay more attention to a race like this than this race right here. This race right here is fabulous if you're in the right side of the trade. You get some, you rarely will you get a move of 29% in this race. Typically, even 1% it's not rare, but call it a little bit uncommon. To even see a 1% move just because of the market cap and the float and all that. But in this race, you can see some massive percentage moves. So you might say, well, why wouldn't I want to stick with this one? Well, if you're new to trading, these are just very volatile. Okay. I'm not saying these aren't volatile at all, but they're just way less volatile. Remember, I was talking about the fly earlier. Look at this move down for fly. What a short that would have been. So the space stocks, it's probably a lot to do with the blue origin. Sorry. I mean, this has been super whippy, but boy, oh boy, ELMT has been super whippy. It came all the way right back down to the VWAP area. Okay. So if you're a bit of a VWAP player, this is why you can just look at a few stocks. Okay. You don't have to. I know, like you're looking at my screen and you can get overwhelmed. I get it because there's a lot of symbols coming through here, but that's why, it's kind of nice to have a top 10 list that's built for you. And that's all you have to, that is all you perhaps at the beginning anyway, to even if you're a seasoned trader, it's kind of nice to have a top 10 list built for you of just stocks that you can follow all day long. Okay, I'm looking at some of these reentries here. The best one so far is definitely has been the ELMT, but it's been, it has been choppy, not straight smoothly up. You've got some, pretty big wide candles knock, and what you really want to see is a nice wave, a nice steady wave, fairly narrow. You don't want to see the bars piercing below the wave, in my opinion, the bottom of the wave. If you don't have the wave on your chart, I can show you how you can add it. It's part of the standard surface. It's not an add-on. Yeah, so NAM is coming into the VWAP, guys. You can see that purple line is coming into the VWAP. So not shortable for me, Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, many will look at that and go, okay, maybe that's the resistance area from it moving higher. Okay, the VWAP's, I mean, it's still a very active stock, 57%, but it did break down below the VWAP. It's trying to come into it. Will that block it? I mean, we don't know for sure. But even if it blocked it, typically what I'd be looking at is, okay, if I thought that was going to act as the resistance area, I would take maybe a short on this and put my stop just over the VWAP. I can't do it because it's not shortable Interactive Brokers. See? Now it says the contract will be available for short sale if they can be located. I'm not going to bother with that. And that's only Interactive Brokers. Okay. I cannot speak for other brokers. So you can see what's happening. Now, doesn't mean there's the V, doesn't mean 100%, of course, that that's going to block it. But, you know, it's probably the most often used technical indicator for day traders. That's what I think anyway. And the other one, of course, is also the is the 200-day moving average, only if it comes into play, of course. Now, look what I mean. There's that 200-day moving average, the blue line, and it did come into play earlier. You know that could have blocked it from moving higher, but it, you know, so far it did not. What is gold doing, William? It was one of the poor ones. Silver and gold were actually, yeah, wow. Oh, I thought it was down. Yeah, so silver and gold are a couple of the weak sectors today. So gold is down 2%, and silver is down about the same. They're about the same. Silver and gold are about the same. SLV is underneath the VWAP. So what William is saying is that, you know, if he's going to take a bounce on SSRM, which is a gold play, I guess, or a silver. So yeah, copper, silver, lead, zinc, and gold ore. So, you know, if you're going to take this stock, you're going against the sector. Doesn't mean it can't work, but why go against the sector? Must be easier things to try to trade than going against the sector. Boy, fly flew all the way down. Wow. What a drop here, guys. You know, just what 3 days ago, $63 stock, 40. You know, again, the irrational exuberance for all these space stocks. How's Lunar doing? LUNR. Yeah, so Lunar is not doing nearly as badly as Fly. I mean, it's down. It is down, but look at this weekly chart. It is not like Fly is just down, 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 down. All right, guys, it's almost 11 o'clock. So at noon Eastern time, I do take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. I just have to find out. Usually it'll be Chris, but I'll just want to make sure. All right, let's see. I like to see stocks that are maybe just over the whole number in this large cap race. All right, so the ABTS did have, well, it really didn't. Well, I guess it got halted on the way down at one point. Another low float, 3 million in the float. Turn the float over almost 15 times now. Which is the one that said they were going to buy, 250 million? No, it wasn't this one because they had a big float. No, thank you, William. Okay. They said they were going to buy a whole bunch of shares at 250, and the stock was at a 179 when I looked at it. And highly skeptical. Okay, so what William is talking about, this is the trade of the week. When you get the email, it has a suggested entry, and it's just over 540. So it's got about 60 cents to that high right there. I guess that's it, if you want. I mean, these are designed for longer term holds. Okay. I look at this and think, well, that 6 could easily stop it. But, it is now just a little bit above the trigger. Hive looking strong. Okay. Well, Hive is one of the only earnings plays I have. Yeah, Hive is looking strong. You're right. I mean, it's a crypto play, right? Yeah, it's a crypto play. Yeah, I mean, on a monthly chart anyway, it's got a lot of room, 559. The other one that William, I don't see this one because it's outside the price range that I normally look at, but how did the SAIC do? Well, it's not bad. Had a pretty stern pullback right down to 112. Wow. Wonder how much volume that was. Like right at the 112. But it closed on that candle. That it did close at 116. So it's still up for the day, 15% SIAC. This is an earnings play. I think it'll never happen. The alert on 1 minute. My guess is that if it ever happens, it'll be on the 5 minute, and I don't know if they'll allow you to do it on any other time frame, if it happens at all. Man, ELMT. I mean, it's awesome now, guys. I mean, this is the best one so far from our AI. And it's the high right here is and it's almost getting there, 22.24. So takes that out at some point. This is all-time high. It looks like it looks like this was an IPO 2 months ago. It was the week of April 20th. See, now the spread is, I mean, it's okay. I mean, a dime on this is not terrible. 20, only a dime spread right now. If it had been a dime back then, I probably would have taken it. And I think I know why you put it the LOL at the end, Dragon, because you know almost for sure that that is not going to happen. But let's take a look at. Let's go to the. I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and then I'm going to click on Market Explorer window. Right click in this window, and select Strategy pops up, and then another box pops up. I'm going to go all the way down to TI Wave. I'm not clicking. I'm just scrolling down. Another box pops up. And now I'm going to click on TI Wave by 5 minutes. So this is a way in which you can have a 5 minute buy or sell flag, only a buy flag. You cannot control this at all in terms of the price range. Volume is going to be fine. Okay, the volume is going to be fine. What you cannot control though is the price range. But you can see the little buy flag right there for the now. Okay. Now, if you're wondering, well, wait a minute, how come all the buy flags I'm seeing are not here? There are some other filters in place. It's not just a matter of every time there's a buy flag, you would get an alert. Notice, I mean, 11 o'clock, there were 5 of them. It's every 5 minutes. Okay. Let's see what happened with Hood, 10:55. Let's see if it did anything. Yeah, not bad. Get a buy flag there. So you can have this one. Okay. This is part of the standard service. You can incorporate this as part of your layout. It actually you can get alerts in the pre-market. See if we had any today. You get a lot at 9:30 and 9:35. Okay. So just look at them all. Yeah, when right at the very beginning. So what did we get though? We had NAM at 9:25. There we had a buy flag right there. Okay. Pretty choppy, but let's take a look at another one. We had CRE. We had a buy flag. Would have been back here again. Pretty choppy, but you can run it in the pre-market if you want. So you can incorporate this. This is part of your layout if you want. You don't have to load it every day. Okay. And you can't. Again, I'm just going to say for about the 100,000th time, you cannot change the price or the time. It's based on a 5 minute, and that's it. So here's JBIO. I mean, here's a buy flag. Some of you might look at that, go, all right. Okay, I will show you how to get it. Yes. So click on New from the toolbar. No, there's no link to load. Okay, just follow what I do. Okay, click on New from the toolbar. Okay. And then go down to where it says Market Explorer window. Where it says Market, you're just scrolling down. Now left click on it. When you left click on that Market Explorer window, this is the box that's going to pop up. Okay, it's blank right now. Right click in the box. Now remember, you only have to do this one time. but right now these are the steps. So you right click on the box, and then this box pops up that says select strategy, etc. Hover over that. Hover. You don't have to click on it. Hover over it. Another box pops up. Move down to the trade wave. You're not clicking, okay? You're just scrolling down. Another box pops up. And then again, finally, you get the TI wave 5 minutes. When you click on that, this is what you're going to see. So you don't have to do that every day. I mean, you could, but then you could take this window and just incorporate it as part of your layout if you want. Okay. So when you exit trade ideas, you can just say file. At the very least, file. When you exit trade ideas, at the very least, make sure like anything you've done, any little change you've made, be it to your charts or maybe to one of your scans or adding this, you file, exit, and it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then this will be part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. Okay. No, you cannot see it on the web-based version. You've got to be using the downloadable application. Okay. Now, why are you using the web? Is it because you have a Mac or something, or like why are you using the web? Don't use the web. Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you have a PC or oh, I see. Okay, well, yeah, no, you cannot see that. So, Jason, were you able to load that? I want to make sure you're aware. There a couple of people asked, Joel and Jason. Okay, good. Now, again, I want to caution everybody. Just because you get an alert like a buy flag doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. I'd be waiting, especially in something like this. I'd probably wait a bit to see if it actually can take out the VWAP a little bit more. Okay. And then you may decide to take the trade. Okay. But so just because you get a buy flag doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. All right, confirmation. It'll be Chris Varley taking over for me in our YouTube room in about 50 minutes, 50 minutes from now at noon Eastern. So, for instance, I'm just looking here. I do see a buy flag here for ELM and ELMT at what was the price? 930 or the time 935, but it did not show up in the scan. Why? It didn't because there's other stuff built into the scan that is not just about generating a buy flag. Now, what that is, I don't know. Gentleman who created this scan for us has left Trade Ideas. What is it? 2 years, 3 years now? Time flies. I know it might only be 2 years, maybe 3 years this November. Boy, this ELMT guys. I mean, this takes out that right there. That is the new all-time high. That doesn't, it's only been trading for 2 months now, less than 2 months actually. What do they do? Precision engineered components. And so it's aerospace. So it's sort of a space play. Blaze, guys, and what sort of room does this have? 1058 on the monthly chart, BLZA. What's the volume like? Pretty good. It's only trading one. It's only basically it's trading normally. That's what that one means. 1.07. One is basically normal. So it's not. But spread is great. A penny is what we like to see. A penny. Just looking to see if there's any specific news on it today, or it had a nice day on Friday. Great month, actually. The month of May, $4 got up to, so basically doubled within the month and closed at the high. And that's for the BLZE. NVS down 2. Average true ranges in and no reason for it that you can see. Okay. NVS. It's Novartis, right? So even though they came out with a press release, this is around, well, even earlier, okay, but this is a prostate cancer therapy, I believe. Okay, so even though they came out with this and it looked positive, but the market's not reacting that way. You can see right down here. Actually, that happened yet. Well, they released this yesterday. No, on the 31st. They released that yesterday on Sunday for whatever reason. And then, of course, all these releases here this morning. Again, this is new. This is my news feed from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. It had the news. It did have ours did have the news too. But if you're looking for up-to-date news, please don't rely on ours. Ours is pretty good if you're looking for previous days to see what might have happened, some reason for something. I mean, I'm not saying you'll not get anything on the day of, but if you but don't think that this is like instantaneous news. Boy, oh boy, it's almost at the all-time high. Not that I mean, it's only 2 months, but ELMT, almost at the all-time high right here. That was 2 months ago. It hit 22.25. So what happens if it takes that out? All right, guys. Well, I see that UMAC and RCAT are bouncing now. UMAC especially. Well, UMAC bounced off that 28 level. UMAC. Well, HLIT. There's the high 882. Boy, no activity in YouTube. I almost feel like I don't even know why I load YouTube every day. Seriously. I may have to make a decision on that. I mean, because before it's not a big deal, but if there's no activity in YouTube, I'm not sure really why I load it every day. Just let the guys start their own stream at noon, and that's it. I try to be, but it's yeah. I mean, we've had no postings whatsoever, other than Pepe telling me that it was live. I mean, well, I understand some people go to YouTube because they're not able to get into the room for whatever reason. There are some not that we're restricting it. Maybe they're at work or I don't know. It's easy to get into YouTube, and I guess there are enough there. I guess there are people that just want to see the screen and listen to me. May change after the pattern. Yeah, maybe. Okay. All right, JHC, you give me some hope. JHC surveyor says that he's here, or she, he or she. Okay. Well, at least there's somebody there. Well, that's a good point. Dan says he discovered us in YouTube and migrated over into the I call it the main trading room. It is the main trading room. More people and just more interaction with other traders. And my okay. All right, you're coming out of the wood. Everybody's coming out of the woodwork now. Michael Ardito in our YouTube room. You're in every day. I know that El Turu. Okay. I appreciate that, dear. All right, guys. Let's take a look at how about the mask? This is one that I was able to trade early. So I'm still wondering if it takes out six later on. I'm going to put a price alert just over six later on and see if that takes it out. I mean, it's still up 53%. It's underneath the VWAP, but you never know. Later on in the day, you might get some enthusiasm back. You can see how, if you look at that 5 minute chart, you can see how the volume is just tailed off to nothing. So what we need is a big volume burst and maybe taking it out through six again. And meanwhile, the SPY is still flirting with the VWAP, guys, that purple line. So kind of flirting. It looks like maybe, just maybe it wants to pop through it. And we're still, basically we're at Friday's close, just slightly under. Picture a metal fabricator trading at work. Okay, I'm trying to picture you with your big mask on, obviously, sparks flying everywhere. I'm talking to El Turu in our YouTube room. That's my image now of you. Wearing gloves, of course, so you don't cut yourself on the metal. Safety first. All right, guys. I am now. Well, look. I mean, I was mentioning the UMAC. It's held that whole number, 28, and you got a little bit below it, but is so now when you look at it now, look at UMAC right now. So there's the VWAP around $29. So I'm going to put a price alert in that area and see what happens. Will that absolutely stall it again, like it almost is? I mean, it's stalling it right now. I mean, because there are a lot of shares available for me to short if I wanted to. Now, a word about this. The TI, it doesn't necessarily look what's happened. The last one was at this is in this scan that's that you can have, okay, on the TI wave buy on 5 minutes. Since 11:05, there has not been anything that's triggered. So you'll get them every 5 minutes if something triggers. But you can see right now we're 11:24. Nothing is triggered since then. A little bit rare because if you go back, you can see that. Well, even here, AXTI, there was one at 10:30, but the next one was at 10:40. So there was not one at 10:35. Boy, the fly. What a short. This is what you want to see on a wave, guys. Look at that. A little bit fat, but look how the bars certainly did not penetrate to the other side of the wave, to the top side. Some of them got a little bit in, but not much. So if you had taken this short, say at 44.69 or so in that area, I mean, there'd be almost no reason to cover except right there to cover any of your position. So that's like a $4 move. Wow. And that's using the wave. Just it's not a matter of seeing a sell flag. I mean, if you'd seen it, great when you were maybe looking at it, but that's what you want to see. Trend has not changed. And now, what's the next low looking left on the daily chart? The next low is now that may hold it up, 38.72, not that far away. But it broke through that like nothing. I shouldn't say that. It's right there. 43.15. Sorry, 40. Yeah, 40. Okay, I'm sorry. It did break through that 40.65. So it's at 40.15 now. The next low looking left. I mean, 40 may hold it up, act as a bit of support because you've got that whole number, but you've also got that low right there of, that low right there of 39.11. I'd be watching that 40 level to see if that holds it. There's the weekly low of 39.11 2 weeks ago. Good grief! Look at UMAC now. We're just wondering. I didn't take the short. Too bad. Here's a classic. Okay, here's a classic. Look at the VWAP and see how the VWAP stalled it. There's that purple line came into the VWAP that acted as resistance on the way up. So you could have taken that short just underneath 29. Put your stop just above the VWAP and, seeing if it worked. Well, Any just had a pop here, guys. Any ANY. I'm not sure there's any news. Oh yeah, they closed. I guess they closed this. It's a Bitcoin play. Okay. Yeah, acquired this company called Cathedra Bitcoin. So it's a Bitcoin play. So it popped through the VWAP. Yeah, talk about ugly. It's funny. Anybody else with Interactive Brokers? I used to have the Bitcoin. I used to be able to see Bitcoin from Paxos. I guess that's one of the exchanges, the Bitcoin. But I've got nothing today. It's possible if I reloaded. I'm not. I don't care. I mean, it just has question marks underneath the last and change. But here's Bitcoin. Here's IBIT. I mean, you want to trade Bitcoin using IBIT? All right, guys. Let's see. HIMX. Okay. HIMX. HIMX. Well, this is an all-time high, guys. HIMX is an all-time high. So it's obviously well above the VWAP. It's above that whole number. This is interesting to me. It's an all-time high. Semiconductor. So it's in the semi. How is SMH doing? I'm sure it's doing pretty well. Yeah, look at so so it's in the right sector. And the semis are doing well today, SMH. And so HIMX, where did I see it? Really watching this one, guys. HIMX, okay? I want to see if it can, ideally for me, it would break down just a little bit under 23 and then pop up again on some volume. It may not happen. It may run from here, but let me see if I can put a price alert around the 22.97 mark. See if it gets a little bit below that whole number. Well, market's definitely popping based on that. Well, do we call it a rumor? Is that what we call it, or or do we just call it market manipulation? Like, what do we call this? Okay, guys. So HIMX just popped a little bit below that 23. So XLE obviously had a bit of a drop. Yeah. Through the VWAP. So that did that whole number hold it? Well, it got down to that. Wow, did it get down to that 39.72? I think it got down to 39.73. So there's that low there. Yeah, I mean it 39.70. Yeah. I am surprised at this. I'm going to reload it. I want to make sure because I that is a little bit strange to me that yeah, something happened. Yeah, this got stuck for some reason at the J bio. It just made no sense to me. Maybe I had two of them open or something. All right. Speaking of space, guys, SPSCE. But would you take this trade? I wouldn't. You get a buy flag here. I wouldn't. Why not? Well, there's the VWAP right there. I mean, okay, it's right above it. I would never take that trade, even though you're getting the buy flag right there. And obviously, it's curling. Okay, guys, I am now back again. Okay, guys, let me see. So here's J Bio. Yeah, I mean that's actually pretty darn good now. You know, I know it was an AI alert, but you know what? You don't have just because it was an AI alert to short doesn't mean, and it worked. It worked out very well to be at the beginning. Because remember the alert was at 1886, and so it got what did it get down to? It was an awesome short, but it doesn't mean it can't turn into a long now. So again, here, here's that little buy flag for the space, SBCE right there. Okay, but coming into the VWAP, will that stall it? Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Anna, boy, we haven't seen this one for a long time. Remember this month, guys? Anna got up to 1840 and collapsed all the way back down to 235. But had a couple of interesting months, but maybe starting up again, guys. Anna, ANNA. If there's any news on this one, not a lot of volume though, and only 0.82 relative volume, so it's not trading normally. The high looking left is 394. So if it does take that out somehow, actually, let me take a look at a weekly chart. So if it took out 4, yeah, would have to really, I mean, 410. I'm going to put a price alert around $4. It may not do it today. It may never do it, but if it does, maybe sometime this week, because then 476 is the next high. So, this may be starting up again for a while. And that's the ANNA, ANNA. Well, this could be interesting. The IVZ, I mean, it's had a big pull up. It came all the way back down to here, 27.27. It's over the whole number. It did get a buy flag from the scan. The high today was 28.51, so there's a little bit of room. That's for the IVZ. Aussie, are you in today? I'm wondering if you're using that the Dan scan. How many trades? Eh, 11's not bad, I guess. This could be interesting. The GRP, this is another, no, it's not an all-time high. Okay, GPRK, guys. So a nice break today. It's up 8%. A nice break. Had a nice day on Friday. Continuation over the whole number, over the little bit over the VWAP, little buy flag right there. And that is from the scan. Okay. Yeah, this is pretty interesting. I mean, again, over the VWAP, over the whole number. That's the GPRK. Well, there's UMAC, and it is now, but it has been choppy. Boy, look at this: down, up, way down, and now up again. Breaking over that 29 mark or at the 29 mark. I'm definitely interested in this GPRK. What's the volume like? 2.9 times normal. At a Colombia. There's a nice looking flag, the Colombian flag. What do they do? It's an oil and gas company. Not really caring what XLE is doing, okay? I mean, it's kind of trading on its own. XLE, of course, dropped. Guys, it's 11:45. I'll be taking a break in about 15 minutes, so I don't want to take a new trade right now. I would probably take this trade though, 11:09, 11:10 for the GPRK, holding the VWAP, but a stop just underneath the whole number. I'm not saying to do it, but it is to me, it's a very interesting looking. All right, guys, I decided to take some. Okay, this GPRK. I decided to take some. What's the float? Yeah, it's not a big float. I don't want to hold it while I'm on my break, just because of the float. 28 million in the float. So we're going to deuce it up just a little bit. It's probably going to turn in more like a little scalp trade for me because I do not want to hold this just because of the float. 28 million in the float. Okay, well, I'll thumbnail it now on my other monitor so I can keep an eye on it. Little high right there of 1123. It'd be nice if it could maybe get to that area. Look at Tyra, guys. Look what happened. A little buy flag, but right into the VWAP. So, I mean, that might just stall it. Well, it has stalled it so far. TYRA, little buy flag, and then into the VWAP. Now, if it takes out the VWAP, it's got some room, of course. So, might want to keep an eye on that. If it breaks through the VWAP, I don't often look at this, but maybe I will incorporate it as part of my layout and just keep an eye on it. The problem is you can't get a sound alert when it happens. You just have to, every 5 minutes, just check it. Ooh, look at this Waystar, guys. Not Wayfair, okay? Waystar, W-A-Y, Way. 2171 is the next high looking left, okay, on the weekly chart. If somehow it takes that out, maybe not today, maybe tomorrow, look at the room it's got. So I'm going to put a price alert right there at the high of a few weeks ago, which is around 2171, and see if it can, I mean, it's been recovering from the bottom. I don't know when it had earnings. Don't know what they do. Provision of healthcare organizations with mission critical cloud software. Okay, with simplify healthcare payments. Well, J Bio, nice little buy flag there. Definitely a nice little buy flag right there on the J Bio, guys. Once it really tore through the VWAP. Okay, what's happening with the HKIT right now? HKIT, it is, well, it's hanging in there. It's still over the VWAP, but the trend is down right now. Okay, guys, 11:52. So another 8 minutes or so before I take my break. Maybe I'll just pop in my promo code one last time before I do take my break, in case you want to take out a subscription sometime in the future. So when you click on my homepage link, you will see this right at the very top. So here's how you can take out a subscription. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a subscription. Doesn't matter whether you pick our standard or our premium service. Well, I'll be taking my break pretty soon, but when you say how the re-entries work, okay, I can do that. Yes. So how they work? Okay. So you should have. Do you have this screen up and running, Jandro? The strategy trades all. Do you see the re-entry price column? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. So, well, it's really fairly simple. I mean, the math is simple anyway. What happens is if there was the entry for or the alert price, first alert price for ELMT as an example, 2035. Okay. So what happened is it actually I mean, I think it ripped a little higher, but then it came all the way back, hit the stop, which is 1974. Okay. Halfway between 1974 and 2035 is 2004. That's the reentry. Okay. Notice that, there are four of them today. There were three that didn't have any reentries because did not hit the stop, or may hit the stop, but it didn't come halfway between the original alert price and the stop. So really, there's no more to explain other than that. How now, some just wait for the reentries. They don't even worry about the first alert. They just wait for the reentries. So how to identify, well, exiting number one is, I mean, that's just hitting the stop. Okay. That's when it's, and so you should have the stop price column, and you say you have the entry price column. Now you can put a sound alert in this window. Okay. So you right click on actions. So in the window, you right click on actions. And then I don't know if you put sound alerts on your alert windows before, but it's just the same idea. You just click on play sound and then set up the sound. So you could have text to speech, either a female voice or a male voice if you want. So the symbol will get read out. The symbol will get read out on the initial alert price and also on the reentry. Okay, so you can't miss. I mean, you can't miss it. I mean, you know, you'll put a sound alert in this window. So when you hear that sound, you know to look at that window and see whether or not it was either like an original entry price or the re-entry. There's not so many that you get inundated with alerts with sounds. Okay. Well, when it sells is up to you. The only time it's going to sell is if it hits a stop. Okay. Yeah, that's up to you. You know, when you're going to sell, it's the only time, unless it hits this, if it hits a stop, it's out of the trade. If it doesn't hit the stop, then it's going to run all the way till 5 minutes before the market closes. Okay. So when you say when it enters, I mean, that's when it's up to you. Okay. There's no auto trading here. So, I mean, if you had been watching this ELMT and then you get the sound alert for something, and then you realize, oh, it must be this one, 2004, because there's not so many. You know, just in case a little practice, you know, because if you're paying for the AI, you should be following this. So you would have seen a re-entry price at 2004. Now, how you trade it, if you trade, is going to be up to you. When you take some profit, you know, you could have. This was a little bit difficult because it chopped around a bit, but I mean, at this point, you certainly would have been in the trade. Here is where you would certainly be taking some profit. You have to have some. You have to have some trading experience. You would not let this thing go all the way back down to say 20, right? So you have to have some trading experience, you know, and you can follow the wave to a certain extent. Chris may go over in a different way from me, but I mean, that's how I use it. I hear the sound alert. I look at the window and I can immediately say, because there's a time, you know, 9:49, that was a reentry. So you have a reentry time. So you can just check to see what the time was. Okay. Now you can ask Chris the same thing. He may have a different take on it, but you know that's what I do. I mean, it requires you're watching that. Well, but again, you put a sound alert and a specific sound alert so that you'll know. You'll know. Oh, good. Okay, you'll know when something has happened. You certainly that first alert you'll get for sure, but you also can get the same sound alert for the reentry. Just a matter of looking, and you have the time column. You'll see it. And you don't have to don't get so hung up. You get the let me just expand this. I think it was at 2004. I mean, if you look at it and the alert was at 2004 and now it's at 2010 or something, like it's not the end of the world. Okay, you don't ever think that you have to get in right at the actual absolute penny of any of these alerts. I would never. I would always want to click on the symbol and see what's happening still. And if it runs 5 or 6 cents, unless it's a $1 stock, but typically these are not designed, just to scalp for 5 cents or 6 cents. Just give me one moment. I have to put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay, guys, so I've just put the YouTube link in. So Chris is not there quite yet. He should be there any moment now. And when I take my break, I heard a little pop. So I think Chris is in our YouTube room now. Okay, guys, in the main room, we'll see you guys in about 1 hour from now. And I have nothing special planned for you today, Chris. So just hi, Chris. How are you doing?
We are fantastic.
The royal we. Okay.
Always.
Well, any interesting trades for you today, or
No,
right up
nothing. No, I'm just sitting in two positions. That's just two swing positions. For anybody that cares, APLD and SKYT. I've been in them for
I care.
several days.
I care. APLD. Let's take a look at that one. So you are okay. Well, at least it's up today, so that's good.
Yeah. I've been in it for probably a week now or so. I got out of it a couple of weeks ago after it made a nice move up, and decided after a few days it's going to keep going up, I think.
Right. Okay. That sounds like a good trading plan. Did you use Trade Ideas to find it?
As a matter of fact, I did. I did.
Good. Another reason to have a subscription to Trade Ideas.
Absolutely.
All right, Chris. After that shameless promotion for the product, I'll take off now. We'll see you in about an hour.
Sounds good. Thanks, Barry. We'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy your break. All righty, folks. So happy Monday to you all. Barry making his way to a break. I'm settling on in here for the next hour, give or take. Hard to believe it is June 1st, right? Absolutely wild. So looks like we got a nice crowd in here to start things off. This is an open forum. As per usual, for those that are regulars here, and for a first timer, if you're listening to this, do this as an open forum. No pre-done content. We let you folks drive the content of what we do during this hour with your questions, what you're looking for, what you're trying to do with the software here. So don't be shy. Get the questions in. Don't feel like if someone else is asking a bunch of questions, you need to wait till they're done. Put them all in there. I try to, scroll back and forth, up and down the question panel there. Make sure I get to everybody. If somehow I've missed your question, just please throw it in there again. If you feel like a bunch of times past it and get to you, throw it back in there. I never skip over anything, or I never ignore anything. And if I don't have an answer for you, I will just let you simply know that, and that I'll ask you to give an email in to remind me, and I'll do some research and get you that answer. So again, open forum. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Get your questions in here for me, folks. I'm going to take a pause. Let's see if we get a few in here and get rocking and rolling on the day. All right, so Joy, would you please show me of trading on AI mode? So it's not a trading on AI mode. It's Holiar AI makes real-time alerts when a stock meets its scanning criteria. So Holiar has a bunch of different strategies. Backtest optimizes those each night. The ones that backtest optimize the best each night come to that are deployed the next day. And when a stock, Holly looks at the whole market, meets one of those scans or strategies, it's alerted in real time. So over here, let me get a drawing tool out, hide that as well. Over here on the bottom left of my screen, that's the AI strategy trades window, and that's where you're going to find those real-time alerts. Any day, there we go. My drawing tool's out, so I'll mark that with a pink X right across it right there. So that's Holly right there. I personally like and think the best way for locating Holly is to go through the menu bar, new, premium AI strategy trades window. It's a third from the bottom there. When you open that, you're going to get a window that looks similar to what I have here. Everybody starts with some kind of default. I don't remember what the default is. It's been a long time since I was a new user. You have a whole bunch of columns here with different data points, and you can alter those columns based on a list that we provide. So if we right-click Holly and I come to columns, we've got a master list on the right, and the columns you're displaying on the left, and you can move them back and forth by clicking on what you're looking for and going left to right. And it's all done in alphabetical order for you as well. For the most part, I think a lot of it's self-explanatory in there. Of course, some of that might be just newer to trading in general, newer finance world in general. Some of these may not, line up right away in the brain. It makes total sense. Context is, important as anything, what we do in life. But, I think after a couple of weeks, these kind of things kind of start to fall in place. Asking questions here, we get you answers right away. If you have a question on one of the columns, email it into us. If you have questions on columns, so on and so forth, live support chat, all those things like that. So that's the short and skinny of Holly. I also have a Holly video. I think it's a nice overview video personally, but I've had people tell me they love it, and I've had people tell me they hate it. So teach their own. Let me share that video out with you. You don't have to go over the video now, obviously. We're here, we're live, so we'll do things here and live now, but you got the link, and you can open the link, bookmark it for later, and check it out at your leisure. As far as the rest of Holly's going to make those alerts, like I said, in real time. So, there's an entry time, the symbol, the price, it all comes in real time. Like I said, the rest of the columns, you can add, subtract, go through them. What you like today, you may not like tomorrow, so on and so forth. Growing process like any other software. One thing I like to note is I think it defaults to a filter with only profitable trades. I like to look at all the trades personally. I don't day trade anymore. I used Holly to a degree when I was day trading. I just find swing trading much more my speed and style of trading than day trading. I find it, I don't like to use the word easier, but day trading is easier. Or swing trading is easier for me. It's easier on my brain and my emotions. But with that said, Holly alerts, they often get in the money. Sometimes they get in the money for a minute, 2 minutes, and then they pull back. And then maybe later in the day, they get back in the money again. They may not get back in the money at all during that day, but they also have these re-entries that can happen. And so by looking at all the trades all the time, it's a watch list on top of, don't have to just run right in. Holly made an alert. Oh, I got to run right after it. Let it set up. If it moves without you, it moves without you. Sometimes they start to move without you and they can reset up for you again later. Sometimes they don't move much on that initial alert, and it's later in the day that it comes in and strong. Holly looks like it's having a pretty strong day today. His top three here are looking pretty good. And, some days better than others, and that's the way it works. So, Joy, if you have more questions specific to Holly, don't be shy. Get those in here for me. And I see here, let's see, Camila, I believe. Can you talk about when normally you can trade and exit trade and what you look for before you take the trade? So are you asking about like my specific trading or trading in general? I would probably be best to go over what my specific, trading, if you like, and, things that I know are popular, for example. And you're very welcome, Joy. Again, if you have follow-up questions, or if I didn't touch something well enough for you, you want some more details on something, throw it in there. We'll go right back over that kind of stuff for you. And so again, Camille, if you're just talking about, if you're just talking about my discretionary trading, which is I'm going to guess what you were looking at. I'm a swing trader, so I'm looking for stocks that are going up. I don't do bottom fishing. Pullbacks are fine. So I can go over some things that I've done recently trading wise. Bear with me here for a second. Sorry, moving some things around, so I better everything here. So we'll go with where do I want to start? Well, let's start with the position I'm in, and I've been in and out of this a whole bunch of times already over the last 6 months or more. I don't even know what it is at this point. So I got APLD, chart of that here. And so I'd been tracking this for a little bit. It first appeared back here at the end of last year. Didn't really present an entry that I wanted. And then we got this, I like to look at support and resistance. I like to look at breakout areas. It doesn't necessarily need to be momentum, right? I'm just looking for stocks that are going up. They look like they're in a trend, and that trend could continue for the next week, month, whatever. I've had positions that I'm in for 3, 4, 5 weeks. They're moving. I get into them. They consolidate or pull back a little bit, and they don't give me my upside. They don't stop me out, but they don't give me my upside exit for a while. So, I'd taken it here earlier in the year. We get that pullback, and we get a nice move up. And when that move wasn't going to be sustained as it started to pull back, made an exit there for, a couple of bucks, right? I continued to track it, made this move down, but I continued to watch it for this level here to try to break out again. It did that. I got a piece of it in here. I didn't get the top. I didn't get the bottom. Got some of this middle right here before I got out on the next pullback. And then when we had this gap up there, I decided to jump it early. I felt like that gap meant some significant strength. Got it early, and I've been sitting in it since then. So I'm up a little bit and again. So that's the kind of stuff that I personally look for. I had the saying, I don't think it's an original saying. I'm sure I stole it from someone. But in order for stocks to go up, the first thing they have to do is stop going down, right? So that's why I don't look for stocks in a downtrend. Pullbacks and downtrends are completely different. Let me give you a trade that didn't work well. Let me try to think of something here. I don't have one of my brokers open, so I can't go back at one of my bad trades. Actually, that's not true. I can go back on a bad trade that ended up okay. Nope, it's not this one. Sorry. Trying to recall the stuff from memory here. CIFR. Take your time, chart. Not like we're in a rush to learn here or anything. All right, let me turn this browser chart off because it's obviously giving me a very hard time. So CIFR, got to hit the Wayback Machine on this one a little bit here. We had this level here with CIFR, and I thought to myself, when it made this nice move here and it was trying to push through, I decided to get in on it here. Came back down, stopped me out. C'est la vie, that's life. Kept an eye on it for a while though, and when it made that breakout on this day here, I grabbed it, pulled back, almost stopped me out. And this day that it gapped up here and it traded way up and then came back down, I decided to get out of it. Now, hindsight's 2020. It went on to put several more dollars on that I left on the table. But, it had gotten me once already here, and I didn't want to relive that scenario a second time. Stopped me out once. It came within pennies of stopping me out a second time. And as soon as I saw the money on the table, I decided, let's take it. But, through here, had its earnings, had an initial positive reaction to earnings. I thought that, it was ready to make that next break. We're sitting up here near lifetime highs at that point, because that's the lifetime high back here. So I thought, all right, maybe we'll get some tailwind. We'll push into it. It's in the tech sector, which has been hot. I think it's, Bitcoin related. I don't generally do much with the Bitcoin space, but, that's the way it goes. So, some good, some bad, some ugly that goes on there. But my general thing is this: I like to find stocks that have been in an uptrend. Consolidations are okay as far as I'm concerned. I like to draw lines on charts. I don't really use moving averages. I don't use VWAP or anything like that for the most part. This 5-minute chart here is just to fill space. It has no relevance in what I do in my trading whatsoever. I have an 8 EMA and a VWAP there just because when I was last day trading, I was using those. I like a 60-minute chart. I left the 8 EMA and the VWAP on that as well. But my daily chart, I like this period low of 20 days. That's what it's looking at. So this line is always marking where the lowest point over the last 20 days is. And it just gives me a good distance to see how far the stock has traveled price-wise, how much consolidation it does. It helps me visualize it. It helps me pick off some support and resistance areas. And those are the kinds of things that I'm using for entries and stops. I don't ever have a target. I have an area I'd like to see the stock move towards. If it starts moving towards it and it starts to sputter and fall out, the market is strong itself. I'm going to give it space to try to get moving again. If the market is not strong, the market's not in my favor, I'm likely to exit with the profits that I have. But I'm not a believer in hard targets. I have an area I want to see the stock go. That area that I want to see the stock go needs to be double what I'm looking at for a stop also. Like to have a nice 2-to-1 ratio on the what I'm risking to what my possible reward could be. Shoot, sorry. Jandro. I think that's a J, right? Yeah, Jandro. I don't see a setting for the reentry exit price. Have an issue understanding how the entries work. So for the reentry exit price, that would be the stop price. So if I right click, and I apologize, I just saw that now. I was going off on that tangent there. Right click, come to columns. Let's look for reentry. It's going to be down here somewhere. Reentry stop price. And you'll add that to it right there. So you get reentry price, reentry stop price. And the reentry is just this. Let's just say, all right, let's look at this stock here, JBIO. So it was a short trade. Went really in the money. What a release too. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful alert actually. But it came back this way and I don't know, where's the stop price on this? 1943. So it gets stopped out here, right? Makes that move up. Now, if it comes, I think it's 75% of the way back to, back to and through the entry, it will give you a re-entry saying, hey, that setup is setting up again. Let's take a look at it. It's not like a, hey, let's get in it, but we were in it. Things are working. We got out of it. Let's take a look. It's setting up again, essentially. That's what the re-entry is there for. That's what we're looking at with it. The catalyst, the filters, and the data sets underneath that create the alerts, the catalyst is still there. So should that catalyst find itself in an opportune position with price again, the re-entry saying, hey, let's take another look at this. Let me know if that helps, that makes sense for you. And again, keep the questions coming. Don't be shy, folks. Pump the questions in here. I may be off on one of my tangents for a moment. I'll circle around. I will get right back to it for you. Yeah, you're very welcome. Happy to help. Happy to help. And again, don't be shy. Keep coming with the questions, folks. Keep coming with the questions. I always feel this is best when you are all driving the content and the direction of this with your questions, what you're looking for with the software. When I'm getting the silent treatment, we'll go over whatever can kind of come to mind relative to the software and market, but it's not necessarily anything that's helpful to anybody. So we'll hold, we'll wait for a question or three. All right. I'm getting the silent treatment here now. I see how it is. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So, all right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Let's see. What can we talk about? What direction can we go? So, all right. You know what? I'm going to talk compare count windows if we're not doing anything else right now. I haven't talked about compare count windows recently very much, I don't feel like. So for those that don't know, this is what we call a compare count window right here, drawing that big pink X across it. Generally, what these windows are doing is comparing new highs versus new lows. You could do other stuff with them. I'm sure there's some outside the box thinkers that have done some funky, really well thought out things with them. Personally, for myself, new highs versus new lows, but there's a lot of ways we can look at new highs versus new lows. We can do market cap and volume. We could do float. We could do different time periods on it. Total shares traded. There's a lot of different ways we can slice new highs versus new lows, and it gives us a market breadth essentially. You know, what direction is the market pushing for the most part with the parameters that we've set. So as I mentioned before, I like swing trading, and what I look at here is 30-day highs versus 30-day lows. That includes weekends because our new highs, new lows alerts, when you use the day filter on that, include the weekends. So let me bring this up. We're going to right click. We're going to come into configure, and you've got the green data, which is your new highs, and it's what I've done here, and the red data, which is the new lows. These are just guidelines. You change things up however you want, but just generally speaking with the market and charting and so on and so forth, green up, red down, but no hard and fast rules about it necessarily. So let's go into the green data. And in the selected alerts, we can see I've got a new high here. Let me get the drawing tool. So we've got a new high checked, and I got a 30 in the field here. Now, if I just left this blank, if I left it completely blank, we're looking at today's highs only. So it's another way we can do compare count windows, and I'm going to go over that in a second. But with this here, I'm saying over the last 30 days, let's alert stocks that are making new highs today, or for the, that are making 30-day highs right now. So it's making a new high over the last 30 days today. And it could have been making a new high on Friday. It's making a new high today. It might make new highs tomorrow too. And keep those stocks at the forefront like that. With that, I said, but I only want to see stocks that are, let's see, what do we do here? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 50 million in market cap above, $5 above in price. They have to trade at least 250,000 shares on the day, and they have to have an average volume over the last 3 months of 75,000 shares traded on the day. So I'm taking a big look at the overall market in general, because those are some lower numbers. Excuse the passing truck with the window open. So those are on the lower side of a lot of numbers there. 250,000 shares traded on the day, a stock that only trades 250,000 shares on the day. It's not illiquid, but it's not the most liquid stock, that's for sure. And 75, just averaging 75,000 shares on a day isn't a ton. But I want a full influence of the market here for the most part, while trying to weed out the stocks that truly, truly have no say in the market direction whatsoever. So that's what I've done with that there. On the flip side, we're going to go to the red data now. I've done the opposite as far as the alert goes. Whoops, come to the alert. We got new lows, and we've got the 30 days on that. So stocks that continue to make new lows over 30 days, they're going to be the ones that are getting the alert, while satisfying the exact same filter set that the green data has. 50 mil on the market cap, 5 at the basement on price, 250,000 shares on the day traded, and at least 75,000 shares average on the day. And so I'm just trying to give myself a snapshot of how overall bullish or bearish does the market look? We've got the cylinder on the left side here, and that's giving us a cumulative total to this point on the day. And the further we get in the day, the harder it is for the cylinder to move one way or the other. You have to remember a lot of new lows and new highs are set on the day and between 11 and 11:30 a.m. Eastern in the morning. The lines here show us what we're doing currently. And these are, alerts per second here. So we don't have a lot of alerts going off per second here. And we can see the alerts actually scrolling across the bottom here. As new alerts happen, we keep scrolling over to the left like that. So that's the short and skinny of that compare count window. I created that myself. It was just as I was transitioning to swing trading several years ago, trying to come up with other ways to say, I could look at a SPY chart, I could look at a Q chart, I could look at the, a diamond chart, I could look at IWM chart, try to look at all those charts and start to make some inference about what's going on. But one thing I'd learned, especially when I was doing CMT courses, is that stocks move first. And then the indexes move afterwards. They follow the lead of the stocks that move them essentially. Now, we could look at an Apple chart, probably look at a Nvidia chart, Google, Amazon, some of these mega cap stocks that really, really influence the market cap weight of the indexes. You'll find a lot of lockstep with them and the indices, but you'll find at times not as well. Anybody that's been around for long enough knows that I always like to make fun of the people that constantly say it's 7 stocks making the market go up, because it's not 7 stocks making the market go up. And anybody that tells you that is either bad at math or they don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I have lots of examples of how I can show that and have over the years. But my point being is that I have seen plenty of times, and over the last several months before we started making a move trending back up after the pullback that we had happened, and that pullback, for the record, wasn't even a correction. You had Google and Facebook and Amazon and Netflix, I believe, all 20% off their highs or so, at least 15% off their highs. But the market itself was never more than 10% down, never even made it to 10% down, with those mega caps that have a huge influence on the market not dragging it any further, meaning that there was a whole lot of other stocks that were holding that market up that were not those 7 mega caps. Apple during that time did hold its own very well. I'm not sure. There was another 1 or 2 stocks. I know out of all those, mega ones that people talk about, there was a couple that were holding up, but there was more of them not holding up than holding up. So again, that was the whole purpose of this window, was to give myself a better look at what the market is doing in real time per the stocks, directly per the stocks. So, there's been a number of times where I watched this, make a move here, this start to make a move up while this continues to spread down. And then I watch the SPY make a nice move itself to move up, following this just behind. So it's one compare count window. Let's take a look at another compare count window. Where are you, compare count window? Sorry, they're on my other screen buried here. So let's pull this one over here and let's widen it out. This one's looking more at the day, and it's looking at large cap movers. Got to be above 5.4 billion market cap. So bear with me here. Sorry, just moving stuff around so I can make sure I can see. And again, folks, don't be shy. Interrupt me. If anybody has questions, please interrupt me. That's what I'm really here for. Right now, I'm filling space. I'm filling air, trying to find, a lot of times I talk about, we'll go over the index charts, ETF charts, sector charts, so on and so forth. It gets monotonous. It gets boring on my end. It must get boring on your end. So, I'm just trying to fill the air with something educational, more directly software related I think could be beneficial to you all. So let's go in here. Let's go to the configure. Let's look at the green data. Again, green data, we're looking at new highs. But on this one, we're looking at just new highs on the day. We've left that field blank. Over here in the window specific filter, we talked about 5.4 billion in the market cap. Distance from inside market is we want to get rid of those bad prints. While they're, quote, they are bad prints, they're prints that truly exist. there was shares exchanged, shares traded on it. That happens. So what we've done here, and this is actually Jamie Hodge did this years ago, he just said, let's not have those stocks influence this window. We want to get a real snapshot what the market's really doing, not the outliers that don't have any real impact. Let's get a real feel for what we're doing today. So that's what he had done there. This EPS filter being used there was to get rid of the ETFs. A lot of people don't want ETFs influencing what they're doing based on the market itself, the ups and downs, and so on and so forth. ETFs have their place, but not everybody has the same place for ETFs, essentially. So, and then Mr. Jimmy Hodge used a 1 minute volume filter. That 1 minute volume filter is taking a 10-day average, breaking it down into percent. So 100 is normal, 200 is 2 times, 300 is 3 times. So we want stocks over the last minute that are doing 3 times what they're normally doing for volume. And so that's what Jamie did there. He created a series of these windows I have to this day. They're among the first trade idea scans I ever was able to take a cloud link to way back in 2017. And this is just giving us the new highs versus new lows on that larger market cap while excluding the outliers of the bad prints up or down. And a little bit of volume metrics to make sure that we're kicking at a decent gear here. And again, you'll see tickers scroll from the left or from the right to the left here as it goes by. We got the cylinder, so it's giving us a snapshot that we're overall on the bullish side of things today. We're overall on the bullish side of things today. A 50-50-ish split, a little bit of indecisive. And obviously, if that red creeps down, taking over more than 50%, we're leaning more towards the bearish side. And for the day traders out there, a compare count window like this or something similar that you may construct that's more related or relevant to what your trading style and your scanning is, it can help you to say, all right, well, I've got this target that I'm looking at. I'm up X amount, 5 cents, 30 cents, $1, whatever it is. Haven't quite gotten to my target. But, the market's leaning towards the bullish side on the compare count windows. So I can let it out and let the risk run a little bit and see if we can't meet that target. Or to the flip side, I'm up a little bit, but overall the market, it's dragging down a little bit. Compare count windows don't look healthy for the bulls. Let me make an exit now, or let me exit some of my position now to lock in some profit and maybe move a stop up to break even or something like that. So just, some different ways you could apply this to Holly, right? Holly's making a lot of short calls. Compare count windows are looking bullish. Short calls might be tough to use at that point, right? On the flip side of it, Holly's making a bunch of long calls, and that they're looking good. The market looking good. The compare count windows are looking good. You could use this in coordination with Holly, for example. Again, use it in coordination with your own scanning. A lot of ways this can be done. I generally will say there's no best way or necessarily right way. Wrong ways are when you're consistently losing money. If you're consistently losing money, it means you are doing it a wrong way. There's no right way to make money. There's just making money in whichever way you can do it. But no trading plan, no risk management, that's always the wrong way. That'll always, always, always be the wrong way. So again, don't be shy. Take a pause for one moment here. See if anybody's got questions. Come firing in for me. I do prefer it when you folks are asking the questions, driving the content, but I can't force you to. What are some screeners for options? Can I see options price? Where do I get in or out? We have some filters for options volume. We don't have any options chains or contracts or anything, option pricing or anything like that. So let me show you what we got. Hold on, let me move this back off the screen here. Let's bring over, we'll do this with a top list because it's just filters anyways. So here's a top list configure. We're going to go to the search. We're going to type options. Here are the 6 filters we offer. So we got a put call ratio, volume contracts. I believe this is based on a percentage for average. This one is today. This is the actual contracts traded today. This is put contracts today. This is call contracts today. And this is options volume as a percent based on a 10-day average today. So that's what we have to offer for options. So what you can do is you could create any kind of scan. I'm actually going to do this with an alert window. So let's go. We're going to new. We're going to go alert window. And let's just say I want to find stocks that are breaking out to new highs on the day. All right. And we're going to look at some options volume. And I could say, you know what? I want to see that there was at least, let's add a filter, at least 100 contracts traded on the day. Maybe I want a little something more here. I want that percentage to be on the higher side, maybe 300%, means doing 3 times normal. It's options volume. Then I could come and I could do something like price here. We want some, the price of the stock itself. The price of the stock itself, we can add that as a filter. And we could say, I want stocks that are at least $10, for example. Maybe we want some kind of relative volume in here. It's in by my defaults. We just search relative volume if we want it over here as well, but it's in one of my defaults. Maybe got to see a relative volume of 3. So that's a ratio. So 3 is 3 times normal on that. And so that's how we could scan for options like that. Getting in and out of options, we don't have anything like that. Sorry. No signals on that whatsoever. Sorry. But that's what you can do for options. What you could do is this. You could always couple this with a trade wave. Our trade wave is a EMA cloud crossover that gives some quote buy and sell signals. They're not end all be all to be blindly followed buy and sell signals, but they help identify possible changes in trends and then that trend if it should be sustained. So you could have a scan that we've created like this. And I'm going to try to put the trade wave on here. I'll do it on a 5-minute chart. Let's see if it trips me up. It's just when I stream, browser charts get really kind of funky on me. So CLOU, it's actually an ETF, but whatever, it doesn't matter. Take your time, chart. It's not like I've got stuff to show off here. So, well, we can see this is already in an uptrend. I probably got a buy signal back here somewhere, and it's continued on. And, we've got that alert going on right there. So we could see it's here. So we got the B from the trade wave here. It's continued on. So we can kind of match up this here with that B and the blue cloud saying, hey, we're in an uptrend right now. As the cloud gets wider, see that cloud gets wider, trend is stronger. Cloud gets narrower as the price flattens, trend gets weaker. So a good way to identify trends for possible buy and sells in that regard. Can I talk about setting indicators and deciding the number for the float volume, etc.? Do you mean indicators on the charts or do you mean filters? When they're on charts, I'll call them indicators. When they're in scans, I call them filters. So let's start there on what you mean. And as far as deciding float volume, etc., that's subjective. I like stocks that are on the liquid side. I want to know I'm going to be able to get out of them. I don't want to be holding the bag and not be able to get out of my trade because there's nobody on the other side to buy it from me, causing a large spread in the market maker to kind of hand me whatever they'll give me versus having someone that's really willing to take the other side of my trade, essentially. So that's subjective. I don't generally like to trade a stock I want to see the stocks trading at least like 1 million shares a day. I could probably live in the 800,000s, but I'd like it to be north of 1 million. That's just a personal preference of mine. and I don't care about float whatsoever. Float's 100% irrelevant to me. I will say my style of trading, the way I scan and what I'm looking for, generally isn't going to ever show me micro float stocks. I'm generally not going to come across in my scanning stocks that are, let's say, under 25 million in the float. But if I come across a stock that's under 25 million in the float, I like the chart, I like the trend, I like the sector, the chart looks right, the risk reward looks good, I'm trading it. I have no qualms about trading it. Just my kind of scanning. I don't scan for float specifically. I have no float filters in my scans. It's just that it kind of works out that way based on my style. I just generally don't see floats that much smaller. So that's, those things are kind of subjective. As far as indicators go, I just don't do indicators. There's nothing wrong with them. I used indicators for years and I just slowly moved away from them because I just didn't feel I need them. I just like support and resistance. I draw the lines myself where I see support and resistance from my eyes. Beauty in the eye of the chart holders, I like to say. But, you can right click, come to indicators here, and you're going to have a slew of them in there. I'm using the legacy charts right now just because if I go to the browser charts, my computer's being very stubborn about it and slow. But it's more or less the same. You'll have an edit area and an add area. And, you could look at the list of what we're offering there. If you're just learning indicators, my suggestion is this. YouTube, what an SMA is. Just look for educational videos, not people trying to sell you a system or any nonsense like that, because you're going to have all that garbage out there. But just someone simply explaining what SMA is or an EMA or whatever, RSI, whatever you're looking to use. Put one or two of them on the charts. Watch how price reacts to them versus what you learned in the video and see if it's something that, speaks to your mind, essentially, makes sense. That's where I would go with indicators. As far as the filters themselves, it's not a bad idea to have the filters that will eventually represent the indicators you're using, but I think that might go the other way around where you want the indicators you're using representing the filters you're actually using for scanning. That's kind of chicken egg thing, and you can make that decision on yourself. But as far as the indicators go, or as far as the filters go, again, ask yourself, what am I looking for? Don't just have the answer, well, I want to find stocks that are going up or making money. Well, how do you want to define them going up, right? There's a lot of ways to define a stock going up and over different time frames. Same thing with volume, right? So when we come to the search here, there's a whole lot of items in here. All these single icons, those are going to be alerts. They're events, something that actually happened. A new high is something that's happening. A new low is something that's happening. A new high ask is something that's happening, so on and so forth. So those are all events. We scroll just past halfway. We get these double icons here, the tealish, bluish, and purplish, indicating with the tealish, bluish, minimum values, and the maximum values with the purplish one here. And start to go through these here. You can click on any one of these, press the help page or help button. You'll get a page that looks like this. It gives you definitions, some calculations, examples, so on and so forth. You don't have to press it for every one of them. No one uses all these. No one uses every single data point that we have. But on the ones that may interest you, it's I think in good practice to do that. Start trying to figure out if you're an SMA person, we've got a lot of SMA filters. I'm going to narrow this down to filters right now. Oops, that's alerts. There we go. There's filters. So, type SMA and get a lot of SMA filters, and you can figure out what's relevant to you. If you're day trading, you're probably not going to care about a 200-day moving average for the most part in your scanning, but you may care about, an 8 period on a 2-minute chart or a 10 period on a 5-minute chart, things of those natures like that. The same thing, you decided RSI is a way I like to go. Got a few different RSI filters in there. Again, if you're more on the day trading side, you may consider 60-minute and daily RSIs instead then. And the same would go with something like Bollinger Bands as another example. There's a lot in there. You don't have to know it all, but you do have to know some. You got to start to figure out, what do I like? I've bounced back and forth between things. I've incorporated VWAP in my trading, SMAs, EMAs. We don't have EMA filters, but for the charts themselves, I did use EMAs for a while. I've used SMAs in my scanning. I've used VWAP. I've used RSI. I've used Bollinger Bands in my scanning. I'm a big position and range person. Oops, got to be able to type right, Chris. Big position and range person, especially on the longer time frames. Personally, with my swing trading, I find them to be powerful filters. These are things I refined over time like that. So hopefully that gives you some insight into a direction to head. Venue. Sorry, not venue. Venue. I want to sell alerts based on intraday mean revisions, my swing watch list. How can I build a filter alert window that does that? The idea is to have entries that load there as close as possible. So some things you may want to look at for you. Let me get this onto all here. You may consider linear regression. We have both linear regression uptrend downtrends with gain forecast, and then we have linear regression as far as a divergence goes as well. So those are two items you may be interested in to kick you off. Going back to the position and range, this position and range filter here is for the day. So you could add a filter like this, and you could say maximum 10. And now with the show me function, it'll tell me, show me stocks where the price is below the low of this range. We're already taking out the low of the day. Where it's at the low of the range, it's at the low of the day, or it's no more above 10% than the low of the day, essentially. And 10% to, out of 100%, that's on the low of the day. That's the kind of thing that I would start to be pointing you at as far as that goes. We don't have necessarily a mean revision, but I think those two items specifically may help you. Let's go over a few more in the search. Let me try to think. Let me see what my brain comes up with here. Because like I said, there's so many of them. And while I have a ton of stuff memorized, just scrolling through and visually will help me say, oh, that's another one you might like, or this is another one that might help. I don't think Fibonacci will do much good for you, but you could look at it if, you're into it. No stochastics, no MACD. The candlestick patterns. I don't think that's anything that would be of interest for that kind of stuff. Narrow ranges. I don't think you're really looking for that. I don't think you'd want standard deviations. They do exist in here, a couple different ones. I don't think you'll want pivot points, but there are some pivot points in there that may play a role in what you're trying to do here. Got the distance from VWAP 1 through 5. So VWAP 1 distance is just VWAP. It's just just VWAP, your distance from the VWAP. 2 would be anchored from yesterday, 3 the day before, 4 3 days ago, and 5 4 days ago, like that. I don't know, standard deviations, that might be something that would pique your interest. Got these new ones here. Minutes since new high, new low. That might be something you're interested in. That's really going to be it. When you're talking about mean revision too, depending on what you're looking for mean revision on, you've got Bollinger Bands on a few different time frames. I don't know if you're familiar with Bollinger Bands or not. In the case you're not, a Bollinger Band is 2 standard deviations above and 2 standard deviations below a 20 SMA. So finding stocks that are kind of in the middle of the bands, be a bit of a revision to a mean. And we talked about linear regression, divergences already. You may consider, while you're looking for things like that, ADX might be something you're interested in. Same with directional indicator. Those might be 2 other ones you might be interested in as well. And then the rest is going to be SMAs. And then we start to get into the fundamental filters. So those are the ones that I would point you towards like that. I think you might find some help among those items there. Let's see. What channel bars do I like? I don't use a channel bar anymore. I've got my own layout. Half the stuff you see up here, I don't even use, to be honest, anymore. Like, I don't use these races. They're just there. When I was day trading, I had a period of time I did really well day trading with these races. And then I just started giving it all back somehow. And I just decided that I was already doing okay enough, that I was happy enough with my swing trading, that let's just stay to the swing trading. And, you know, maybe someday we'll revisit day trading, but today ain't that day. But as far as channels go, I can tell you popular channels. Let's start with the full channel bar itself. And a lot of what's in the full channel bars and the dock channel bar, they have some overlap, but they purposely do not overlap completely. So let's just start here. Pre-market and after hours, very, very popular. Momentum is very, very popular. Explosive winners is very, very popular. Earnings is popular. Sector status is popular. Short squeeze is popular. Unusual volume and options are popular. Alpha Predator used to be very popular. Alpha Predator was the first of, you know, before momentum and explosive winners. I don't think it's as popular as it used to be to be honest. And I think that's kind of it for the most popular stuff. I'll, you know, a lot of people want to come and trade penny stocks. So this gets a lot of looks, especially from newer users. I don't think it has sustained long-term popularity like the explosive winners, momentum channel, squeeze, post market, and these unusual options and regular volumes. I think I think people get a quick crash course into first trading is really freaking hard, and penny stock trading is beyond insanely hard, and they kind of fall out of love with that real fast. But I think early on for a lot of traders, penny stocks are big. It just, you know, with the smaller price stocks, generally speaking, you can have very, you know, because it's a smaller price stock, people tend to take larger share size. All of a sudden you got a really large share size and it moves against you. I mean, it can really get you, you know, it can really hurt you like that. So that's just kind of my 2 cents on that. That's the regular channel bar. Let's look at the dock channel bar. Know if there's anything much more there because explosive winners overlaps. Oh, this S&P 500 racing has been popular. Earnings remains here. Short squeeze. Sector status of this actually is very popular as well. Very popular as well, the sector status. So those would be the ones as far as the dock channel bar goes, you know, giving you the most popular. They all generally get used, but that's where I think the bulk of users are really finding themselves that do use the channel bar. I think if we took a poll on users going to the channel bars and users that create their own layouts, I think you're going to find a majority, you know, what percentage majority, I don't know, 60, 70% are creating their own layouts versus using the channel bars. I think of those people that are creating their own layouts, they're taking a scan from this channel bar, a scan from another channel bar, you know, or scan from one channel and another channel and another channel. And then they kind of conglomerate that together. Instead of working off the full channels, they take little pieces off the different channels they like and put them together as their own layout as well. Any chance with lower time frame swing pivot, let's say 15-minute? No, just what you find in the search there. If you don't see it in the search, we don't have it. Sorry, excuse me, I'm yawning. I apologize. If you don't see it in the search there, we don't have it for scanning, essentially. There is a formula editor. You can do some stuff with the formula editor, but you can't change data points around. So for example, we don't have EMA data points for scanning. You can't build an EMA data point with the formula editor. You know, you can't, you know, we don't have a 200 MA on a 1 minute, moving average on a 1 minute time frame. So you can't just build that. You have to work with the codes that exist within the system already and string those together. Let me get you a video that I did on the formula editor, if that's something you're interested in. It's a very advanced feature of the formula editor, and we have extremely limited support on it. When I say extremely limited, meaning we're not writing codes for people. We're not writing formulas for people. And, if someone has a formula that they're trying to figure out and they're having trouble with it, it's a high probability we're not going to be able to troubleshoot it for you. There's an infinite amount of coding out there that can be done with what we have out there. And so it's just not possible for us to be able to cover, thousands of users coming at us with thousands and thousands of codes a week. It's just not a realistic thing. But where we can help you is pointing you towards data points that we have and, simple one, two code strings together and things like that. Those are things I can help you with. What is the difference for you between swing and day trading? Do you hold a swing for a limited max time, or let stop losses and market do its thing? I let stop markets I let my stop losses and the market do its thing, coupled with where I'd like to see it go. Like I said, I won't call it a target, just where I would like to see the stock go. So, when the market's on my side and the trade is just grinding along sideways, I'm up in the money a little bit, I'm going to let it keep grinding along and see if I can't eke out the wins and let my risk management do what it's supposed to do. If I'm just barely up and I'm grinding along in the stock and the market's looking kind of wobbly, I'm either taking some off the table or I'm taking it all off the table like that. So I really let the stop loss and the market and where we are in between where I'd like to see the stock go to the upside and my stop loss dictate everything. I don't keep a set time necessarily, but I will say that if I'm in something and it had been cooking and now it's not cooking and the market's still looking okay and it's not cooking, I'm probably also going to exit because now my money's tied up in that stock. I'm going to look for other opportunities that are better. And if that stock that I was in starts to move again, and it looks like that opportunity has renewed itself, I'm not afraid to get back into it. Generally, when I exit a stock, I won't look at it again for a couple of days because I don't want to have that FOMO like, oh, I exited trade XYZ and I made X amount of money, which was nice. And then it went up 2 days later. It went up again another $1 a share and I missed out on that money. That's where I found myself at early in swing trading. Now I'm like, oh, well, it's going to keep going. Now I'll chase it, that extra $1 that I missed already. And then I chase into that $1, whatever it is. I'm using dollars as an example. And, next thing I'm not, I'm chasing after. I just realized what time it is. And Barry's probably there like, Chris, can you hear me? And I don't have my earphones in. Right, Barry?
Sort of.
Okay.
But I'm shocked, Chris. I'm shocked.
Which part of it?
You said you're not using the races anymore. I'm shocked. I mean, I heard what you said because you're not day trading as much as you used to, but you were the major TI proponent of the races. And I'm actually using the races now.
See how that works?
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm still a believer in the races. If I was day trading, I'd be using them. And as I always tell people, the reason I like the races so much is when I've got an alert window that just keeps firing, or I've got a top list with 50 stocks on it, I just can't comprehend it fast enough. The races give me a list of 10 stocks to look at, plus the winners list. It's a great watch list. I can set price alerts, look for things that have pulled back, see if they're coming back around. And it keeps my attention focused and narrow on what matters to me most.
But only for day trading. So you would never use that list. Well, have you ever considered doing a swing trade?
I don't know how I would make it. I have. I've played around with it. I just don't know how I would make it work because the way I do my swing trading is when the market closes later tonight, I'll sit down or early in the pre-market, we're talking 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, my time. I go through a couple of top lists that I use and I just go chart by chart. Nope. Yep. Nope. No, and put them on a short list. I try to find the 10 stocks that interest me the most based on the charts. So then I've narrowed that view down, essentially going over the charts. So I just I just can't figure where to put the races in my swing trading. I'm sure there's people that are using it. And if there is, email in and tell me what you're doing, because maybe I'll steal something from you.
Yeah, well, that wouldn't be me, but it did, because you should be able to use the position and range and all that, and figure out a way. But Yeah, but I am shocked. I mean, I heard you, and I was having a sip of my drink, and I just about spewed all over my keyboard,
Oh
thinking, "My
no,
goodness."
you're gonna
I
have to get
know, I
Best Buy
know.
in there to.
Yeah. Anywho, 1 o'clock, Chris. It is 1 o'clock, so you may take off if you'd like. And you're just doing the one duty this
Yeah.
week, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Just today, and then I think also just next Monday, and then that following week I'll be double X.
Cool. Okay, my friend. Well, listen. Have a great rest of the week, and we'll see you next Monday.
You as well. Thanks, Barry. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you on the next one. And let me stop sharing. Always forget that. There we go. All yours.
Okay.
Take care, everyone.
Okay, guys. I am now back in both rooms. Give me one moment as I fiddle around, get rid of the announcement, and get my music going. Then I can proceed. So, guys, I'm still in the, it was gentle enough that I could keep it. I know I said I didn't want to keep this while I was on my break, but I was actually sitting, I wasn't far from my computer. So I'm still in this GPRK, nothing spectacular, but at least it's inching its way up. I mean, I'm in at 1111, literally 1111. So there's no reason for me to get out of the trade yet. Again, it's not going to be a rocket ship. You talking to anybody specifically about an exit strategy for Jay-Z? I mean, I mean, it's a low float. You're on your own. I mean, look, I mean, this is it depends where you're in it, of course. A couple of options would have been, of course, to take it on the VWAP once, take it on the VWAP again. But, I mean, this is such a low float, and there's probably no news on it whatsoever. I mean, the next high on the monthly chart is 265. So, I mean, what did it get to? It got up to 250. Well, if you're in at 153, you should have probably been taking some profit because, the rug can get pulled. But I shouldn't say that, because if you say, oh, the guy said you should take some profit and then it tacks on $1 from now, you have to have a plan. I mean, you have to have some kind of a plan. There's no such thing as the ideal exit strategy, because, I mean, with that float, anything can happen. I mean, all of a sudden you get the massive rug pull. Look what happened up here. I mean, if you got in at 153, that means that, where was that? 153. So I don't know when you got in at 153, if it was here on the run up. Yeah, I don't use trailing stops, so I can't help you there. But, I will have to say it's halted, and it's halted on the way down. So hopefully it's not going to go down below 153 for you. I would follow the wave a little bit. I mean, that's how I look at things now. I just follow the wave. So what would have happened is the minute that happened up here and it got very parabolic, I would have been out some, 100% out some, if I'd been in at 153, because I don't like it when the bottom of the bar loses contact with the top of the wave. I think that it's getting parabolic, and you can get people to just say, "Ooh, I better take some off." That's how I look at it. It's not a video that I've done or any video that I watched. It's just what I've sort of, over the course of the months that have been following the TI wave. The minute it gets parabolic, I will take some off, especially on these low floaters. I mean, it's, the next, I mean, I'm hoping it works for you. 224 is the halt. The suggested open is 208. So hopefully, but you're still, if you haven't taken anything off, I think your 153 is still, I mean, you should still be able to make some money. And the reason I don't use trailing stops, I would use trailing stops if I were in, 4 or 5 or 6 trades at the same time, but I'm never, ever, ever, ever. I don't know how many evers I can add, but I'm never in, usually I'm only in 1 trade at a time. The max for me usually is 2 though. I mean, so consequently, what I like to do is I'll follow the wave and I'll make my mind where I want to take some off, where I'm going to get out, things like that. Well, the same thing, Vandana. Did you have a stop? I mean, where were you going to get? So you say you shorted it at 1912. Okay. So where was your stop then to get out of the trade if it's not working? Has it hit it? I'm sorry, it hasn't hit the stop, or no, you did. I know I'm bad when I ask a couple of questions. You missed it. Well, you okay. Not to dump on you or anybody else, but the only thing I ever preach is you've got to have a stop. When you get into the first thing that you should be thinking about when you get into a trade is where am I going to get out? Not how much money I'm going to make. Where am I going to get out if it's not working? That's almost the first thing you have to think about, because then you can manage, you have manageable losses. So I don't know what to tell you now. If you don't have a stop, now it's coming down for you a bit, but hopefully the next time you trade, be it long or short, you have a stop. That because having a stop also will share size. Well, for me, the way I trade, it share sizes me. If my stop, if I'm wanting to risk $100 on the trade, and the stop is 10 cents away, not because 10 cents is just something I've pulled out of the air. It's because it makes sense to me on the chart. So for instance, if right there, 1907 looked like pretty good support. I probably would. I don't know if you took the trade at 1912 on the short. I'm trying to think of where you would have taken it. You see, personally, I don't like taking trades just over the whole number. If I'm going to short, or if it's just underneath the whole number to go long. Personally, that's just personal. So I would have waited for a 19 break before I would do anything. But even then, the VWAP was right underneath there. So, I'm assuming you took it because the AI had a short on it a lot earlier. I'm assuming that's why you did it, but the AI was wrong. Yeah, I mean, the AI in this case was, it wasn't would not have worked even on the reentry. And I see the reentry is 1914, so that's probably maybe what you would have been looking at also. But for me, that's too close to the whole number. And you can see what happened in this case. I mean, 1910, it got close, but also the VWAP. I'm not a big indicator guy, but I am certainly aware of that VWAP. And for me, the VWAP was too close to the whole number also. Those are things you might want to consider the next time. Okay. If you don't have the VWAP on your chart, you may want to consider putting it there. SUUN is in my race. It is. Maybe it was, but it didn't win a race. I don't think it did not win a race. You're talking about it did not win a race. So maybe it was here briefly. Oh, it just disappeared. Yeah. Well, so I wouldn't have any idea on it then. Remember, just because something's in here doesn't mean I just take the trade. It's a matter of clicking on it and seeing like what's happening. The ABTS, yeah, I mean, look, it's trying to maybe hold the VWAP, but it has been very choppy also. For me, it's been choppy anyway. But if I had to put SUUN, So this is so it's a solar play. Had some news. Okay. Announced expansion of its strategic focus. So AI. Okay. So it's going into AI. Really, it's not. I mean, I don't think it's a solar play anymore. They're just trying to flip the script and go and convince people that they're now an AI play, which is fine. I mean, so many companies are doing that. I mean, the VWAP's here, 124, so maybe that'll hold it. But for me, it's like, I don't want to dissuade you. It's just not that interesting to me. It's and it's also right near the 200-day. I mean, it's got to hold that 200-day moving average. It's at 135. So it's trying to hold it, but will it? What are my thoughts on the P? So I'll show you how to add the wave, Willie. What are my thoughts on the PDT going away? Well, obviously, it's going to perhaps introduce a lot more trading. I'm in Canada, so I've never had that. We never had the PDT rule up in Canada, so I've not really. Well, I've never experienced it, but obviously, if people now can day trade with $5,000, it remains to be seen if it's going to be. How many people go broke? I mean, I mean, I hate to sound, I hate to be flippant about that, but I mean that could be the issue. Could be an issue, but more people trading. Yep, more people trading, volatility, which is what we're looking for. We always want volatility. If the market were completely priced, we wouldn't be able to do anything. So we like the volatility. Okay, so Willie, you can hear me and see my screen, right? I'm going to show you how you can add the wave. Just want to make sure. Well, obviously you can hear me because you answered. So I'm assuming you can see me or see the screen. So this is what you do. I just wanted to duplicate that window so to make this bigger so that it's easier for me to demonstrate. Okay, so Willie, are you with me? Before I keep going. I just want to make sure you haven't muted me, or I just want to make sure you can hear me and you're going to watch what I'm doing before I keep going. I'm just waiting for Willie to answer me. For the soon, well, but again, remember now these buy and sell flags. They're don't just blindly follow them. Okay, Willie. Well, you asked me how to set up the wave. So if you can you listen to me now and watch what I do? Okay. So I've taken a daily chart, okay, and I've just expanded it, okay, because just to make it a little easier to present this. So the first thing is you right click on your chart, okay? Notice there is an option that says use browser interface. That must be checked. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. It's just a toggle on and off. So I'm going to check use browser interface. Now, the wave appears already on my chart because I had done this before. But again, this is just a toggle. If I right click and uncheck it, the wave disappears. So right click and use browser interface, check it. Okay, that's number one. Are we good? I will not keep going unless you tell me, okay, you don't get that option on your drop down. Wow, you must have been a really, so if you right click, you don't have use browser interface as an option. So you've right clicked in your chart, right clicked in your chart. You don't have that? Man, you must be in a really old version. Well, okay, well, don't, well, no, I want you to be in a chart. In a chart. It's nothing to do with AI, the Holly AI. You have to be on a chart, one of our charts, okay? That's why, this is a daily chart. Doesn't matter what time frame, it just have to be in one of our charts. Are you using our charts at all? Well, you would know. I mean, you would know if you have a chart. I mean, well, you have to be using our charts, okay? I mean, you can go click on new from the toolbar and then click on chart window and a chart will pop up and then you can start. Like, how are you trading then? What charting program are you using then? Using your broker's charts or no, those aren't charts though. It sounds like you're pretty new to trading, which is okay. But like these are charts, the daily chart, the 5 minute chart, the weekly chart, the daily chart. Sorry, daily again, the 15 minute. So when I click on a symbol, this symbol loads into these charts, and these charts are telling me, giving me an idea, should I trade it or not? But think or swim, you must have been using charts. I mean, otherwise, how do you know if it's something that you want to trade? Just because you get an alert somewhere at Trade Ideas, I mean, it's not just, well, click on the alert and then trade it without knowing what the chart is telling you. In my opinion, anyway. Because remember, the chart is telling you a story, and when you get some experience, you sort of size up what the chart is trying to tell you fairly quickly, whether it makes sense to take the trade or not. So when you say you're new to Trade Ideas, how new? Because have you done the 15 or the 12 short videos? You might want to do that first, which introduces you to charts also. Yeah, just give me a moment. I'm just typing in the link, okay? Yeah, you really, if you're pretty new to Trade Ideas and you haven't done this already, please do this, okay? So you click on my homepage link. I just put it above where you said thank you again. Click on my homepage link, and then if you scroll down a little bit to the education section, and then where it says more info, click on the more info, and then scroll down a little bit here, and getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? These are 12 short videos to get you started. You may not have to do the login, but everything else, definitely do that. And it's a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve, but what we try to do is in these short videos cover all the key elements. I really think you should do this first before you do anything else. Okay? And if somebody is new to trading or new to or wanting to find out a little bit more about Trade Ideas, I would also take a look at these videos. You would start off with the second video, go to the end. That should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, you just unsubscribe and hit this back to basics. If you're new to trading, also not just new to trade ideas, but new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos, 15 of them. There's a lot to trading, I mean, it's not easy. We're a great program, but we're called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. But if you get your idea and you click on it and you have no idea what the chart is telling you, Trade Ideas, unfortunately, is not going to help you. I'm not just talking to you, Willie. I'm just talking in general, okay? So let me just go over my homepage one last time anyway. So if you people clicking on my homepage link, if you do want to take out a subscription, you can click on, you can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of either plan. We have two plans, a standard and premium. Okay, and all I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription. I'm moderating two trading rooms, the YouTube room and this room right here. Okay, the trading room. This is free also. So if you're sitting in YouTube wondering about this room, this is way more active, more interaction with other traders in this room, the trading room. The trading room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for a room that has traders talking to each other about the pre-market, you can come into this room. Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. I don't. Live in Vancouver, so it's too early for me. So that's why Obi does it. I get on the mic for both rooms at around sometime between 9 and 9:15, and then I go to at least to 2 o'clock. Okay, sometimes later. I'll always stay later if there are questions, but most of the time, even when I leave, Obi keeps this room, the trading room, open after I leave. I'll have to find out if he wants to do that today, and I'll also keep my layout up and running, even though I've gone. Okay. And then here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Scans and races. These are the two races. The large cap gainers. There's Fluence on the move here. The volatile race is here. Pulse resumes is down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. But I have 5 other scans. These are real-time alert scans that I'm sharing. Upside versus downside movers is here. And then the momentum scan, a gap scan, the Pepe combo scan. And then I do have this one up and running, but I haven't had a chance to look at it all day. The William up down 25 cents on big volume. I haven't had a chance to look at it all day. No, you mean, oh, I see. You shorted this. Well, look, there's your VWAP. So I mean, my suggestion is watch the VWAP, and that might act as support. You have to watch that, but it's not a suggestion to sell it or anything like that. I'm glad you got back to positive after not having a stop, which is one of the worst things that can happen. When I go over, I talk about that. People, they even if you'd had a stop and you disobey your stop because you think it's going to come back, and then when it does, you think, great. Therefore, I'm never going to obey my stop. You know, but there. I mean, you can just see it. I mean, that could act as support. Could, not 100%, but it could. If you can see you can see the VWAP, that purple line on my chart. It's right into it. And as you can see, it just bounced off it. So Jay-Z halted again, guys, on the way down, maybe on the way up. But this has been awfully all over the place. Meanwhile, our SPY went positive. So after that big news at the beginning of the session, or actually in the pre-market, 9 o'clock, 9:10, the big drop, chop, 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 and then finally made it through the VWAP. Still in the GPRK, guys. No reason for me to get out. I'm still like it's a little above 1111 is my entry. So, I mean, it's not doing anything, but I never get out of a trade due to boredom. Now, if it got back to 1111, I'm probably out. But if it, as long as it stays here, you never know. Some volume could come in and just give it a pop. Did LCC win a race at all? I guess it did not win a race in either one. So I'll have to type it in. You guys are talking. Finally had a bounce. I take it. Well, sort of. Actually, from your scan, William, I see at 12:48 there was an alert. I don't know if that's what you saw also. 12:48. So actually, that was a nice bounce. Well, guys, UMAC is now making its way off 29. So is this going to be a nice run now into the end of the day? We're through the VWAP. Okay, we're through the VWAP. Bit of a chase, though. We're through the VWAP. But how's the RCAT doing? Is it lagging or is it doing the same thing? Kind of doing the same, virtually the same thing. Making its way back through the VWAP. Actually gone positive for the day. Wow, I'm positive. So UMAC must be positive too. Or no. So RCAT is now positive for the day, guys. Of course, I'm looking at these two because these are the two drone plays that were very active on Thursday and Friday. Well, certainly on a monthly chart, this one has room. XGN 669. A little bit, some volume coming in to XGN. Knocked me out of the PRK. Basically flat, guys. We got close to that 1111, and so a little bit of a loss on that one. Low float also, 12 million in the float for XGN. Yeah, ABTS. You were talking about ABTS, and not out of nowhere, but a lot of volume came in. Went from 260 up to over 3. So you're manually trading them in either TradeStation or okay. All right, let's see if this takes out 3 again later on. 3 million in the float, so very low float. 81 million have traded. I'm going to put a price alert around 307. Could be one of those sort of a late dayer. 130 now. It has room. Certainly has room on the monthly chart. I don't know what the. Let me back the weekly out just to see. That weekly high. About the same. So it's got room on a weekly chart also. Okay, guys, so we've got a pullback now for the ABTS. A little bit of a pullback. Let's see if it gets back over 3. Oh, Fluence. Oh, I see. Yeah, Fluence. Wow, that was an excellent one. I didn't do should have done my video on this one, the Fluence. I see you now why. It was an AI alert. So what happened? Let's take a look at Fluence, okay? It was an AI alert at 9:43. Let me back this out right there. Okay, right there. And the alert was at the price was 25.70. Back out the 5-minute chart. So you would not have made money on that on the original alert because the alert was at 25.70. I mean, it got up to 25.90, but look after that, look what happened. It hit the stop and came way below the stop. Okay. So if you just disregarded the first time, no, even if you took the trade, okay, you obeyed the stop, you're out, manageable loss, and then you wait. Somebody asked in our YouTube room, "Are you still there?" I mean, I thought you said you could see the reentry price. Okay, now how to use it? I mean, you have to have the sound alert on here, but we had a reentry price at 11:15. Okay, quite a bit. Not usual that it's so much later, but at 11:15 you had a reentry price of 25.31, and man, look what happened from there. One little couple, like a little pullback, a little one, but other than that, I mean, boy, that just ripped from 25.31, and we're at 28.87 now. Not saying you wouldn't have taken some profit maybe in this area, but that's how to use it. Say when you say, are you person still in the room? I thought I answered the question before Chris. It was Jandro. Are you still in the room? Talking about in our YouTube room. Because guys, there's no magic. Well, magic. There's no magic to it though. Okay, you just have to have this screen up and running. This is if you have our AI. Okay, and the default should be to have this column, the reentry price column. I don't know if the reentry time is also a default. I don't think it is. So, but just you can add it, so you can check to see when it happened. But there's no magic. I mean, you have a reentry price. How you trade it is still going to be up to you if you want to. And you can put a sound alert in this window so that when the AI initially triggers, you get all these sound alerts, but you'll also get a sound alert for here. What would be nice, though it'd be probably asking a lot, is to have a different sound alert for the reentry. See, right now you can just put you put a sound alert when you get the entry or the reentry, and it's the same sound, but it's not that big a deal. I mean, look, if you're paying for this, you should be watching this. I mean, you're paying a pretty good premium to have access to the AI, so you should be watching this, and it's not like there are 100 alerts a day. Now, do they all work? No, because here was a reentry to short Corsair, and it ran completely the other way both times. The J Bio, well, modestly working. This one worked out extremely well for a while. ELMT, taking this at 2004 before it pulled back at all, it got up to 22.51. This one, the cheaper ones I don't find are that interesting than the Fluence. So those of you who have the AI, do you understand this? Because it's critical. I mean, you're paying for it. You're paying an extra about $100 a month, over our standard service to get access to this. And all you do is click on New from the toolbar, and then click on the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Window. And you'll get something that looks like this. You may have different column headers, though you should have that reentry price. I think it's part of the default now. The other thing to do is in the filter, make sure you uncheck the profitable trades. Make sure that is unchecked. Now, the new beta, they said that that would be unchecked. The reason it has to be unchecked is because it's looking for profitable trades. So it looks at, so if you look at Fluence here, the entry was, or the alert price was at 25.70. 25.31 on the reentry is less than that. So you wouldn't see it. It's only looking, it's only going to, it's going to show you it only if it got above 25.70 again. If you have profitable checked. So you would not have seen the reentry for Fluence as an example, or for the ELMT. So make sure it's unchecked. And just, think of it this way too. The AI, not infallible, of course. Sometimes though, it's maybe a little bit early in a trade and it's still valid to be watching it. Maybe it sets up even better at a better price for you. Well, unfortunately, ABTS did not hold 3, and it doesn't look good. Doesn't look good now. I mean, look, if it holds the VWAP, maybe, but my idea would have been holding just underneath 3, okay, and then popping on volume and maybe having a late day run. Doesn't look like, well, it could still happen, but I'm not as interested now that it's been pulling back. All right, guys. Well, in about 15 minutes, unless I get some questions, I'll be taking. Oh, Obi, did you indicate if you're going to keep the room open after I leave or not? Sort of watching Mask. This was a sort of the nice one for me early. It was very early. Had that nice run up, but so choppy now. But you know what? I have to put a price alert over the VWAP. Maybe later on it takes it out. It's such a low float that won't take very much volume, some enthusiasm to come in and maybe take that out. And maybe, hey, never know. Maybe it goes on a late day run. Ah, good. So somebody said RXT. Yeah, so the trigger was just over 540, right? Yeah, good. Nice. Nice. This is the trade of the week, guys. RXT is the trade of the week, and the trigger was just over 540. You can see the couple of highs on Friday and Thursday. And so right now, yeah, it's up. Well, it's up 11%, but what is it up from if you took it at the trigger price? Would not be up 11% from the trigger. Oh, you got in early. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you can trade, the RX, I mean, the email lays it out, the suggested entry and the stop and all that. But of course, people, some might have looked at this and said, you know what, I want to take it just over the VWAP or. No, doesn't mean that at all. It's just an idea. High alert screen. These are just ideas, okay? They're just ideas. You still have to click on the symbol and look at it. And, for instance, if we clicked on FLNC and it been pulling back into the VWAP, you may have looked at that and go, okay, I'm going to take this trade. Looks like it's going to hold a VWAP. Take the trade, put a stop underneath the VWAP as an example, okay? So nothing is just take it just because it's you see it here. None of that. The VWAP, tell you what, it's a volume weighted average price, but why don't I do this for you? If you take an alert window, okay, and in the search box, so right click in an alert window or a top list window, right click and click on configure. Could be a top list window or it could be an alert window. Click on the configure, click on search, type in VWAP. Okay. And where it says this is the VWAP that we're using, the VWAP 1. So if you left click on it, and then you click on help. And now, and I'll give you the link for it, but it's a good exercise. Because this is a very detailed explanation about the VWAP, okay? Very detailed. How to use it, what it can possibly mean for you, okay? So if I just put that link in, okay? Basically, it can mean something like this. If Fluence was moving down, and that purple line on my chart is the VWAP, well, it is the VWAP, and you would watch it and you watch it to see, okay, will that act as support? Will that be a support line? Will it go into it, maybe hover around and then bounce off it? Because that's what the VWAP can be a support, or if you're playing a bounce underneath the VWAP and it's moving into it, that could act as resistance on the way up. So it could be a support or resistance depending on what. Okay. Well, I just gave you the link. You can take a look at the link. Okay. But if you have an alert window or a top list window, this is good for future. Okay. Any alert window, any top list window, if you right click and then click on configure, and you'll be brought to this screen here. Okay, that's all I did. I went to my alert window here. I right clicked and then I went and I clicked on configure. And then in the search box, now you can start searching for things. And, I typed in VWAP. Okay. So here we have, this is the VWAP that we're talking about, the VWAP 1. That's the intraday VWAP that I use. I don't look at anything else. But if you wanted to know something about RSI, we have all these a great user guide. Stochastics. Okay. MACD. All I'm just trying to show you guys that, instead of having to ask somebody, more than likely all you need to do is type in the search and first of all, see if we have anything on MACD or stochastics or RSI. So if I wanted to know what this 5-minute MACD cross below the signal line is, I highlight it and then I click on help. And, I give super kudos to Stephanie at Trade Ideas who, put all this together for every single alert, every single filter. Okay. Boy, look at Jay-Z. Look how many alerts, look how many halts resumes there were, 24. No, you do not need the doc charts window. You do not need it. Joe, I'm going to tell you right off the bat, you don't need it. Why do you think you need it? I mean, need is a need, right? I mean, sometimes it's nice. Well, you understand, I mean, it's just a different way of organizing. So instead of having these two windows free floating, they're in a container. That's all. I don't have any min or max values from the distance from I don't have a VWAP scan Vandana. I just know where it is, because it's on my chart the whole time. I mean, I'm not saying don't, but I mean, you can go to our guide. You can go to our guide and it'll show you how to create a doc. It's not easy. It is not easy. Most of our customers do not do that. Yeah, I mean, I see I mean, it's kind of cool to have it all in a container, but you know what? For months, years, I did not have it. The reason is that it really taxed my computer. It is a bit of a drain. It's been okay for me since I've redone it, but for years I just had them free floating. Here's my SPY chart on my other monitor. It's just free floating. But if you're interested, I can show you in the guide. But it's not easy. And I think the reason, and it's not easy, and I think that's why most people don't do it. But I mean, it's finicky. I mean, it's not you don't need to learn programming or anything. But if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, click on the more info, and then click on the user guide. And here's a whole section on docking. Where are you? Right here. Okay. And you can just kind of follow. You go in here and okay. Purple line is the VWAP. Yes, that is the purple line. Now, well, wait a minute. If you didn't add it, let me take a look at JBio. No, I don't know what that purple line is on your chart there. I don't know what it is. It's not, but it's not the VWAP. Because the VWAP, I'm just like, there's the VWAP down here, 1890 or so. And on that, I don't know. I mean, that must be a chart. I don't know from where you got that chart. Okay, I don't know where you got that chart from. You didn't add that, did you? See, I don't have that. I don't have that. You're clicking on the AI, and I did also. I don't have that. Okay, so I don't know what that is. But you can add the VWAP to your charts if you want. See, I can't tell what it is because yeah, there's sort of an explanation up here, but I cannot read it. Oh, I just knocked out the room. Shoot. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'll answer your question in our YouTube room. Just give me a moment, okay? Hey guys, sorry about that. I accidentally went back in the tab. Okay, so back to sharing in the main room. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, you want to sign up, but not sure how it works. Okay, so before I'm talking to Roos in our YouTube room, before you would do anything, okay, this is what I would do. Like, don't take out a subscription if you don't know how the software works at all. Okay, so this is what I would do. Well, we have swing trading channels. The AI can be used for swing trading depending on how it closes. It's up to you. I mean, the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day, but doesn't mean you have to. Okay. But this is what I would do. Click on my homepage link. Talking to Roos in our. Okay. Click on my homepage link. And scroll down a little bit to the education section. Education right here. More info. And getting started with trade ideas. Okay, so don't do the first one, and don't worry about the startup and login. But there are total of 12, but you only have to look at 11 short videos. Okay. Oh, you've already done that. You've done that before. Okay. Well, at least you have an idea about what the program's all about. Well, I mean, the AI, for instance, we have some swing trading channels. Okay, that have nothing to do with the AI. But let's take a look at one right here. Let's take a look at an AI alert today. So you may look at this one, the Fluence, FLNC. It's an AI alert. Obviously, it's been a nice one. And you may look at that and go, well, okay, the next high looking left is $33, $34 or so on the monthly chart. I mean, if this closed well, like, near the, oh, you haven't checked the videos. Oh, I see. Okay. Check out the videos. Okay. But just to give you an idea, this is an AI alert. If this closed well, closing well meaning it's not going to just completely collapse and get all the way back down here. But if it closed strongly, you might look at that and go, you know what? Just because the AI gets out of every trade at the end of the day doesn't mean you have to. If you like the way it closed, And if you like the fact that, you look left and it's got some room to run before it hits the next high, you can make up your own mind whether or not you want to hold it as a swing. Okay. AI is not going to tell you to do that, but I mean, it's just something that, if you like the way it traded and closed and it had room to run, keep running, you might look at that and go, yeah, okay, I'll hold it. But yeah, check out the videos first, okay? Do not take out a subscription unless you know a little bit about what the program capabilities are, okay? Boy, Jay-Z now, 25 halts. Obi, I don't know if you answered me. Are you still around? Maybe he's gone. If he's gone, when I leave, I have to shut down the room. So I'm just waiting to see if Obi is still around. You are going to swing walk, okay? Let's take a look at if it closes well. 16 cents. All right. How did I thought it was going to be under $1. I didn't realize it was going to be so under $1, but wow. Yeah, why not? Put your stop at like a nickel stop, I guess. Yeah, well, it's 9, 10 cents. Yeah, I'm looking at that 5 minute, just basing right there around the 10-cent mark. We don't even have any float information for this one. Let's take, maybe it's, let me type it in again. We have no information on this one whatsoever. Is this still NASDAQ? It's not pink sheet. Okay. We have well, I shouldn't say that. It's sort of all messed up. So the float is 1.22 million. Okay. Well, Poe, good luck. I hope it hits $1 for you in the next 2 days. What that would mean, $9,325. Yeah, so it's looking left to see where the next high is. Okay, I'm assuming, because if you're talking, I don't want to back this daily chart, but if you look left, the next high is in this month. Okay, and there must have been a daily high. The new high must be at 61.89. So it's looking left, and you can see, because when you look left on the weekly chart, there's nothing. The next high in a monthly chart is way back here. That's what it means. Doesn't mean that's the next. That's basically looking left. That's the next high looking left. And it obviously, when you clicked on it, it just made a new high at 61.30 or so. I don't know where you're getting it from. I don't know where what channel you're clicking on, but that's what that would mean. It's just basically looking left and finding where the next high is. and it's telling you the time, 9:23. So yeah, I mean, you can see this is the month of September. So I guess in September 23rd, there was a high. If I backed out this daily chart, back, I would see that candle, but I don't really have to. I can see there that month. Okay, well, it's that's basically what it's telling you. Okay, you obviously have a new high of the day for Hinge. It was up here. The previous 5 minute candle was a new high of the day, and it was looking left to see where the next high was on the daily chart, and that's where it was. Ah, shoot, GPRK now finally had a pop. Not in it anymore. This high alert is set up with class 101. Okay, I'm not sure what that means, but okay. You're talking about some. We've got so many videos that are out there, for years and years and years and years. Yeah, so you see the fluence right here, guys. You go to a lower time frame, and now you're getting the orange wave. So the trend is changing. Certainly on the 2 minute chart, hasn't quite changed on the 5, but it doesn't take a genius to realize that something is happening, right? So it hit a high up here of 28.96, and it's dropped $1. Where could it go? Well, if you look at this 26.80, I mean, it's got about $1 to some decent support on the 5 minute. So if you're looking to short this, I mean, it's already a little extended, but it still has some room. But $1 to that next low. Obi. I just don't know if Obi's around. Okay. That's something we used to have. Well, I guess we still have it. Class 101. I guess we still have it. My guess is if he hasn't told me by now that he's going to keep the room open, it sounds like he's not going to. So, guys, when I leave, I might have to, everything is going to get shut down if Obi's not going to keep the room open after I leave. I'll hang around for a little bit longer. All right, guys. Well, I don't see Obi around right now, so William says he's listed in the room, but he's not hasn't posted for a while. So my guess is he doesn't want to do it. So I'm gonna have to take off, guys. So and unfortunately, you won't see my layout anymore. Any picks for tomorrow? Well, being a day trader. I have no idea what's going to be alive tomorrow. Certainly not in the AI. We don't know what's going to happen in the AI. Okay, we don't know until tomorrow. So off the top, no, I don't. I mean, the ones that keep watching, the UMAC and the, just in case I mean, they have turned around a bit, though the UMAC didn't, but the other one did. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. So RCAT, I probably watch UMAC tomorrow because RCAT, these are the two drone plays. I mean, RCAT is completely recovered. It's actually gone positive. UMAC is still quite a bit under. It's still down 8%. So, I'd probably watch that one to see if it can, get going again. It's because it's definitely lagging RCAT. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just going to go. Okay, guys. Well, then I don't have to put my homepage link in YouTube. So YouTubers, I'm going to have to end the stream right now.